Well, good morning. It's a grey old Sunday, but hey, we have cricket in Bristol, and that's good. Seat Unique Stadium, welcome to the last home game for Gloucestershire in this county championship season. It's whistled by in the blink of an eye, really. That's what it feels like. And they finish with a game against Derbyshire, who, of course, they played in the One Day Cup at Cheltenham. That was a successful run chase. But today, both these teams arrive without a championship win between them this season. They are 6th and 7th, respectively, in the table. Derbyshire 1 point ahead, and with a game in hand, too. They still have 2 matches after this, whereas Gloucestershire only have 1. And with Yorkshire having publicly said, despite their points deduction, that they don't want to finish bottom. So if one of these sides could win this game, that would probably take away the threat of ending up with the wooden spoon. Our umpires are Steve Shaughnessy and Tom Lungley. They're on their way. There's our email. Dan Whiting alongside me today, as usual. Morning, Dan.
Morning, Ian. How are we?
I'm very good, thank you. We'll talk about your successful night here last night in due course. Gloucestershire are going to bat today. They won the toss this morning, and I think the consensus around the early arrivals was whoever won the toss was going to bat. And these are the 2 teams. The Gloucestershire side, from the 13 they named yesterday, no Matt Taylor. I think he's still struggling with that toe. And no Joe Phillips. Touch unlucky, I think, having got that unbeaten 70 against the New Zealanders in the T20. But all the batters are fit and quite a lot of the bowlers are injured, so that's his problem. Here's the team: Charlesworth Dent, Ollie Price, Miles Hammond, Graham Van Buren captaining the side and batting at 5, James Bracey at 6, Safak Ahar, Ed Middleton in for his first-class debut for Gloucestershire. Well, he bowled his leg breaks as well. Josh Shaw and Dom Goodman and Luke Charlesworth. That is the Gloucestershire side. The Derbyshire side, they've left out Zach Chappell, who of course was formerly on loan here, and George Scrimshaw, who's off to Northants at the end of the season. So their side, Harry Kame, Lewis Rees, who will probably bowl a little bit of left arm medium pace, Matthew Lamb, Brooke Guest, the wicket keeper, Wayne Madsen, heavy run scorer obviously for Derbyshire for many years, Leos Deploy off to Middlesex but skipping in this game, Anuj Dal, Alex Thompson, Mark Watt, the last 2 of the 2 spinners, Sam Connors and Pat Brown, who is on loan from Worcestershire prior to a move to Derby permanently at the end of the season.
Yeah, there's a little bit of pace in that attack, isn't there? Brown and Connors have both got a little bit about them.
The one thing about Brown is he's played very little red ball cricket. Very little.
Has.
Only 5 appearances in red ball cricket.
He certainly has, and he had a very, very good T20 back in, I think, 2019, the year Worcestershire won it. But he's been a little bit expensive this year for Worcestershire. I think he went over 10 runs and over in white ball cricket.
So here's the first ball, and from the Ashley Down road end, it is Connors opening the bowling.
Yep. Charlesworth just leaves that one alone.
Just looking at, you say about Pat Brown. I haven't got the Worcestershire averages here with me. I wish I had. We might try and look those up in due course. But undoubtedly he's got pace.
Connors comes in past umpire Tom Langley, ex-Derbyshire himself. But a few of those this year, haven't we? We've had the umpire who is an ex-player of that county.
I was just downstairs chatting to Ed Seaborn, who made that exact point.
Yeah, we've had... do we have Mallender here for the Somerset game? I think we had Sussex, we had Newell, didn't we?
Yeah, so the thing about the 2 opening bowlers is they don't tend to swing the ball too much.
Connors around the wicket. That's a good delivery. Goes past the outside of Ben Charlesworth's bat.
It's a good bounce too.
Yeah, a little bit of carry there. Most un-Bristol-like.
It's a hard ball, Dan. That's the difference at the moment.
Yeah. Look at that, where Guest takes that. He's taking that around chest height there. Speaking to James Bracey last night, and he was saying about Matt Taylor's toe, you know, because the picture's done the rounds on social media, and it's not a pretty sight. Matt Taylor's had a toe infection, and it spread to the next toe. Here's Connors. Charlesworth lets that one go, thumps into the gloves of Brooke Guest. Derbyshire side in transition a little bit at the moment, aren't they? There's Billy Godalman sort of gone, and he went to Warwickshire. He's gone to Warwickshire on loan.
Just on loan, yeah.
Yeah, that was an interesting move. There's a lot of movement around, isn't there? I'm sure we'll discuss that over the morning.
People signing people for next year, chiefly.
Connors, little bit of bounce. Charlesworth gets up on his toes and defends it into
He took
the
50 wickets in the championship last year, Sam Connors.
Yeah, he's a decent bowler. I've always liked the look of him. I remember seeing him a few years ago. I thought he was rapid. They had Lockie Ferguson at Derbyshire as well. He was rapid. I think Derbyshire might be one of those pitches, a little bit like Bristol, where you have to have, you know, an express guy just to get something a little bit extra out of it. Here's Connors. That's a little bit of shape there. Moves away off the pitch. Charlesworth lets it go, and that completes the first over of the morning. We're underway.
Yeah, this season, I mean, both these two teams basically have had problems bowling sides out. Derbyshire's leading wicket takers. Connors has 20 wickets. Alex Thompson, who's also playing in this match, has 20 wickets. Nobody has more than 20 wickets. And for Gloucestershire, Zafar Gahar is the leading wicket taker, and he has 23. So that, in a sense, tells you why they haven't been winning, isn't it? I mean, it's been hard to really make an impact across 2 innings in a championship game. So here's Pat Brown on loan from Worcestershire in the first runs of the morning. Clipped away by Chris Dent down behind square down to fine leg.
Yeah, he's whippy Brown, isn't he? That's how you describe him, whippy.
I saw him bowl at Worcester very early in his T20 career, and he had I forget who it was against. He had a horrible time, bowled a couple of very expensive overs, and you thought, he needs to go back and work a bit. And then obviously since then he's done T20 wise overall, he's done very well.
Got a good slower ball.
Again, that's 2 leg side, and easily turned around the corner by Charlesworth, whose times are both the Gloucestershire batters off the mark. Yeah, so Brown in T20, he's taken 104 wickets at less than 25 apiece in 85 games.
And economy?
Haven't got that figure in front of me. But as a rule, I tend to think if your wickets total is more than your matches total in T20, then you're making a decent contribution. Dent waits for Brown. That's pitched up, but again it's leg side. And down again to the fielder at fine leg. The slip cordon for Derbyshire, you can just about see all 3 of them there. Yeah, Harry came at first, Madsen at second, and Mark Watt at third.
Quite a distinctive figure, Mark Watt, isn't he?
He is.
Yes.
He is. I was going to be a bit cruel and say you're going to see half of Mark Watt in that picture. He's going to... the Derbyshire attack overall, they would have the 2, the 2 quick bowlers, and then Anuj Dal and Lewis Rees would be the 2 sort of backup seam bowlers, and then Watt and Alex Thompson would be the 2 spinners.
Yeah.
So it's got a bit of everything, but you might debate how penetrative it would be.
Interesting move here.
Yeah.
Leg slip's gone in.
Yeah, Matthew Lamb's gone across to leg slip. Brown and bowls, of course, a straighter one, which Ben Charlesworth just pushes back up the pitch. I did drive through a little bit of rain on the way to the ground today, but
It's a little bit in Bristol, about 5-6 o'clock. Well, more than a little bit, actually. 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, so my compatriots on my evening out to tell me. Obviously, I was tucked up in bed with a Horlicks and a good book, Ian, but my compatriots tell me that it rained early this morning.
Brown in, Charlesworth again, steers that into the leg side, but no run, fielded by Thompson in the cap.
Got a feeling of end of season, hasn't it? It's a grey Sunday, and it's just.
I mean,
hopefully we get a really good game here and give the fans something to think about over the winter.
Yeah,
'cause it's a long winter, isn't it? Soon be February.
Brown in, pushed at, prodded at really by Charlesworth. Didn't have a real push at it.
I hate January and February. I really despise them as months.
You see, if I go back to a previous life, 3 without loss. There's the details on the card. Gloucestershire winning the toss and electing to bat this morning. I used to work in agriculture, and of course, for agriculture in particular, you can kind of get away with a bit of time off. December, January, February.
Yeah.
So what do? You have a skiing holiday.
Right.
And
okay.
Quite a few members of staff where I used to work would have their main holiday in the winter, not in the summer.
Okay.
For that reason.
Connor's in. Dent leaves that one.
And what it does is it gives you something to look forward to in that sort of period between Christmas and what you might call school half term.
Yeah.
And you get and the other thing, of course, particularly in this part of the world, and particularly if you're in the north of the county, the National Hunt Festival at Cheltenham is in the middle of March, and mentally you think, okay, you get past Christmas, you've got the festival in March. That says, right, cricket's not far away then, and you break that up by having a skiing break in the middle.
Connors to Dent, who pushes that down the ground, can't get it past mid-off. I always sort of tick them off. I always think, right, Cheltenham, Grand National, boat race, Augusta. We're in the season.
Yeah, that's quite right. That's quite right.
We're into the season now.
Yeah.
So, but I thought a man of your means, Ian, would be holidaying in the Caribbean in January.
No, and again, this goes back to just work colleagues who did that. I'd never been before I went to work there.
Connors angling it in and then taking the ball away off the pitch here. It's interesting stuff. That cordon there, 4 slips in there now, waiting for a Chris Dent nick-off.
Yeah, Lamb's gone in as the 4th slip. Mark Watt is the equivalent of Ian Blackwell, isn't he?
I was going to say Joe Leach.
Oh no, I think that's a bit unkind to Leach.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he's more of an Ian Blackwell.
Connors just straying onto Dent's legs, drives firmly up to mid-on, but a good sprawling stop there. Can't get it away.
Lewis Reese is up at mid-on.
Yeah, drop us your emails if you're listening in from Derbyshire. Tell us how your Bakewell tarts are. Tell us how the Heights of Abraham are. Tell us how your Matlock baths are. We'd love to hear from you. And got any news on the transfer system as well? We'll take those. That's a good leave there from Dent. Bit of anguish there from Connors. Didn't miss off stump by much. Let's have another look at this one here. Ooh, that's a very good leave.
Yeah, he's judged that on height more than anything else, which sometimes can take some doing at Bristol.
Yeah.
But it is the first day. You'd have to think, and I looked round the sequence of games last week.
Connors wide, Dent leaves alone. End of the 3rd over.
No draws last week at all.
No.
And you do feel for the ground staff, and I did see a thread on social media from Meg Lay of the ground staff here, explaining how difficult it is to keep getting to the point where you've got the right pitch available for the right match at the right time.
Yeah, but I mean they do pitch planning, don't they?
Oh, yeah, I totally get that, but I'll come back to that point in this Brown over, and Charlesworth defends.
That kept a little low.
And the point would be, the square is tired at the end of the season, and therefore I think you're more likely to have result pitches in September.
Yeah, I agree.
And therefore there were some games last week that didn't go all 4 days, for example.
Yeah. See, Wayne Madsen got a pair of 93s last week. How unusual.
Ben Charles has got a pair of 30s. He want more than that here. That's, again, inside the line, or he is inside the line.
He's a quality player, though, Wayne Madsen, isn't he? He's been around for so long.
Well,
and just does the business year in, year out.
If he bats well here, he might get to 15,000 career first-class runs.
That's some feat.
Which, he's 39. He's done a tremendous job for Derbyshire for a long time. And this season, he and Deploy have been the 2 big run scorers. Brown staying around the wicket, pitched up, driven. Square, and that may go for 4. It's quite a long boundary out towards the scoreboard, but it will go. And first boundary of the morning, pleasantly clipped away by Charlesworth. Was a half volley. It was
a long half volley, wasn't it? But he just leant on it and it raced away over those practice wickets. He's lost the ball under the cover. So, Ian, there's been a little bit of movement in the market, hasn't there?
Yes.
What's going on here? It's like seems there's like a merry-go-round.
Extensively so. Let me pull up the grid. I'm a man of grids on occasions.
I've noticed. It's a positive quality in you, a positive trait.
In terms of who's going where, and. Let's just make an assumption for a moment that I think we can fairly safely say that Northants are coming down from Division 1.
Yeah.
And if I had a pound for the other team coming down, I think I'd probably say it was Kent.
I'd go Kent. I think Middlesex.
Middlesex just about staying up.
Yeah.
Durham nearly there in terms of promotion. Pat Brown, again, that's down the leg side, as Brooke Guest can't gather that, and that's going to be 4 byes.
That just went on and on and on. I mean, Brooke Guest is there, like at a leg slip, more or less, where he dived for that one, and it still evaded him.
Yeah, Brown's line has been not very good, I would say, this morning so far.
No. So who's moving and who's going where? What are the big stories here?
So I think there's one sort of story which I'll get to after this delivery from Brown to Charlesworth. Again, that's pitched up and that's driven. That's pleasantly driven. That'll be 4 more. Tried the slower ball there, I think, having been clipped away earlier in the over with one that was a long half volley. Tried the slower one, but it's still in the same slot. And Charlesworth picked up on it 15 without loss.
That is a shot.
So the leg slip is going to come out into the covers. Matthew Lamb coming across. Interesting that Dave Fletcher downstairs, a colleague from BBC Radio Derby, said that Lamb is playing in some discomfort at the moment. And steered out into the offside. Again, past point. Will Lamb get, though? He doesn't want a long chase. He will just haul it in and they'll take 3. Apparently he's got some very, very sore ribs. But he is continuing to play through that discomfort at the moment. So 18 without loss.
Before you go on to the transfers
yes,
then,
yes.
we were talking about Mark Watt a moment ago, and I'm just having a look at him. His perfect breakfast would be a full Scottish. Now, would that be kippers? Would that be an Arbroath smoky in there, perhaps?
Well, I'm trying to think of...
Oatmeal, do they have?
Yeah, I'm trying to think back. So I had a holiday. Sorry, this is not meant to be a travel log, honestly.
Connors, Ian to Charlesworth, let's it go.
I
You
had
have
a
more holidays, don't you?
Yeah, I had a holiday in the Borders. I had 2 holidays in the Borders.
Yeah.
In, goodness me, this is probably late 1980s, I think. And a friend of mine and I stayed in a property that used to be a nunnery.
Right.
Right on the River Tweed.
Right.
Glorious spot.
Connors. Into Charlesworth, who defends that into the offside.
And it was taken over and run as a bed and breakfast by a couple from Sweden.
This sounds rather unusual.
Yeah, yeah. But they had clearly bought into, if that's the right phrase to use, what they would provide at breakfast, and it was
The smorgasbord?
it was expansive.
Connors, Ian. Oh, that's a good Yorker. Charlesworth has to not only dig that out, but also do some nimble footwork to not get himself LBW there.
That's well bowled and well
Yeah.
played.
So, the transfer. Let's get round to the transfer.
Yeah, I think we probably do. All I'm saying is that those breakfasts were expansive, and involved lots of locally baked products, very much specialist to the area.
Charlesworth, let's
I mean,
go.
where else would you get something called a singing hinny? Newcastle.
We did it with Durham, didn't we? We asked Marcus North if he'd ever singing hinny, and he had.
I think, and I don't. So I think Glamorgan are not going up now. I think the second spot is probably favourites Worcestershire, but Leicestershire with a game in hand
They've got a sniff.
Still have a chance.
Both have got Durham, haven't they? Both of those have got Durham.
So let's just place Worcestershire in that bracket at the moment.
Connors, thick outside edge from Charlesworth, runs it down. He's always in control of it. He's going to get a couple more. Moves on to 14.
So the sides that we think are going to start next season in the second division, all but 2 have got a new face already in for next year.
Yep.
Derbyshire's new faces, they're going to have Mohammed Amir with them next year.
Yeah.
They're going to have David Lloyd, who they've taken from Glamorgan.
Yes, good signing.
And Pat Brown, who obviously is playing in this game on a loan.
On to the legs of Charlesworth, who gets that back with a square. Brown's quick, though. He gets round and keeps him down to 2. The floodlights are on here.
They are, Dan.
Yeah.
They are. Absolutely they are.
Yeah. It's a bit murky, isn't it? A little bit murky.
But good that they're able to be used in this game. And I say all but 2 teams have signed players for next year.
Yep.
Do you know who do you know the 2 teams who haven't signed anybody new for next year are?
Gloucestershire will be one.
They would, yeah. And Glamorgan actually are the other.
Okay. But they've got outs. Obviously, David Lloyd has said that he's going out.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire haven't announced anyone out or in, have they?
No. And Andrew Salter is going from Glamorgan. So this is how we understand it at the moment. So the movers from Derbyshire, Leicester Ploy is going to Middlesex.
Yeah, 5-year deal. What do you think of that?
George Scrimshaw is going to Northants. Obviously, Scrimshaw not playing here, but right. Brown over the wicket. That's got to be a better argument, I would have thought, to the 2 left-handers. He's had no joy round the wicket at all. And he's going to go to over the wicket now. Durham, obviously going up, have signed Liam Travaskis from Durham have lost Liam Travaskis to Leicestershire, as you were.
Yeah.
From Essex, Dan Lawrence is going to Surrey.
Durham have signed Parkinson though as well, haven't they?
I'm just doing the movers out.
Okay,
yeah,
sorry, yeah.
So the movers out, Deploy and Scrimshaw going out from Derbyshire, Travaskis out from Durham. Here is Brown. And again, that's going outside the off stump through to Brooke Guest. Dan Lawrence out from Essex to Surrey, obviously. From Glamorgan, I say Andrew Salter's retiring, David Lloyd going to Derbyshire. Nothing happening at Hampshire at all at the moment. They're in the first division, obviously. Kent, Jordan Cox is leaving Kent. He's going to Essex, I think.
He is going to Essex, yeah.
Lancashire, Rob Jones is going to Worcestershire. He's already there on loan. Brown, again, no ball. And steered away by Dent. They'll pick up a couple. That's not the longest boundary down to fine leg, but there's still two in it, and the no ball as well, called by Tom Lungley. Matt Parkinson also obviously leaving Lancashire, currently on loan at Kent and going permanently. Leicestershire losing Chris Wright to...
Matt Parkinson, is he in Durham?
Callum Parkinson is going to Durham.
Ah, yes, that's right. I've got my Parkinson's mixed up here.
So just to clarify, so Lancashire, Rob Jones to Worcester, Matt Parkinson to Kent.
Yeah.
For Leicestershire, Chris Wright to Sussex and Callum Parkinson to Durham. Middlesex, nobody out, I don't think, at the moment from Middlesex.
Not yet.
Tom Taylor from Northants is going to Worcester. Nobody out at Notts. Well, they just consume players. Notts, they don't never release anybody.
Samit Patel.
Oh, Sam Patel's retiring. Yeah, that's right. Pitched up again by Brown, and not middled this time by Dent, but he's pushed it wide enough of Lewis Deploy to get a single. 27 for no wicket. At Somerset, George Bartlett is going to Northants.
Yeah, that's an interesting move. He's a good player, Bartlett, but he never sort of has done the business there, has he?
From Surrey, Dan Moriarty is going to Yorkshire, and obviously they're going to release a couple. Nick Kimber and Nico Reifer have both said they're being released. At Sussex, Steve Finn is retiring, or has retired. Ethan Brooks has gone from Warwickshire to Worcestershire.
Yeah, Worcestershire have made a lot of moves, haven't they?
Down the leg side again from Brown, taken on the tumble by Brooke Guest. Worcestershire, obviously, Pennington, Tongue and Haynes, all to Notts, and Ben Cox to Leicestershire. And nobody out at Yorkshire yet. So you can see quite a lot of sides have made moves, but Gloucestershire have really gone more with retentions more than anything else. Here is Brown under the lights. That's clipped onto the leg side. There will certainly be two. There might be more than that. No, there'll just be a couple.
I think with Gloucestershire, though, with the injuries that we've had this year, which have been horrendous by anyone's standards, I think having the likes of, say, Marshawn DeLunger back next year will be, in effect, like signing a new player. Because he was signed beginning of this season, and by the end of May, he was out for the season. Yep. With a torn quad, a really badly torn quad.
So, you see 29 and 6 overs, most of the runs coming off Brown. 3 overs for 21, as you can see. Connors has kept things much tighter at the other end. Going to put Lamb back into the fourth slip, or is he going to... No, so it did genuinely 3 slips in a gully.
Yeah.
For Connors to Dent.
That's pleasantly driven.
I mean,
just short mid off.
Any time in the last week, you could have probably played cricket at 7 o'clock in the evening with absolutely no issue on the light. And here we are at 5 to 11 in the morning, and you wonder how dark it would be without these lights on.
Yeah, definitely. I think you'd be going off for bad light. In fact, I don't think we're a million miles away from the artificial light, the floodlights, overtaking the natural light, and then they would go off for bad light. It really is murky. The sky's a battleship grey here over Bristol. That's a good delivery. Dent plays that, though, with soft hands, or did it come off his hip there and dribbles through to the slip cordon? It fell short of the slip cordon anyway. Let's have another look at this one. Where does that catch Dent? Oh, it is off the hip. He's sort of rubbing his hip there. Chris Dent's had I wouldn't say a technical issue, but we've seen him bowled quite a bit, cutting and chopping on. Saw him in the game at Leicester doing that, and we've seen him numerous times this season. His strength is his weakness. Good bouncer there, Dent evades it. His strength is his weakness. He scores a lot of runs with that cut shot, and he does cut from extremely close to his body. But it's also his downfall on many an occasion. So,
thank you for your emails this morning. Conscious that on a Sunday, perhaps people are doing other stuff. Off to church as usual.
Let go. Who's off to church?
Well, normally.
Who? People?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Church on a Sunday?
Yeah. So,
I've had a long email from Mark Kidger.
Yeah, you read Mark's out.
AKA Mark from Madrid. In fact, I won't do that during this over because this is your over.
No, go on. Well, we'll do it after this ball. You go on to it after this ball because Connors goes back quite a long way back to his mark. Here he comes in. Let's let go through to Guest.
Mark understands correctly. He said, this looks like the wooden spoon decider, and it's your last chance, I believe, to commentate on a win this season, so you have to get it. Mark, you are right on that. Last season, we expected to have a hard time, and even then, no one could have anticipated how our attack would be scythed down by injuries. This season, we were expecting to do a lot better, but if anything, the injury crisis has been even worse. With the likes of Payne, Tom Price, Matt Taylor, Ajit Singh Dale, and Marshall Delanger on the books, what odds are there, do you think, that when we get to March, of Josh Shaw and...
Short and wide, cut away by Chris Dent. I don't think he's got all of that. He might have just enough. No, it's going to be hauled in just before the boundary rope there. As that's, I think, deploy. Mid-off goes running out there.
Yeah, so
that's 3 to Dent.
Yeah, here is Mark's question. What odds would you have got with all those bowlers on the books on Josh Shaw and Dom Goodman opening the attack in a championship game? I guess that the question that fans like me who remember the post-Proctor days when Gloucestershire were wooden spoon candidates year after year is, can you see things getting any better in 2024?
Yes, I can.
Kind regards.
I can. I think there's I was speaking last night, and James Bracey said it's one of the reasons why he signed a contract. Remember James Bracey? Oh, they're going off for bad light. They are going off for bad light
and
here.
So your point is absolutely correct. It's the fact that the artificial has overtaken the natural.
Yeah. So we're going off here. 32 for none after 7 overs. Ben Charlesworth is on 18. Chris Dent is on 8. Connors is none for 7 off his 4 overs. And Pat Brown is none for 21 off 3. Yeah. So go on. I mean, I think the future is bright here. I think there's a crop of youngsters here who are outstanding. I think Ollie Price has had a very eye-catching season. His brother Tom is a wonderful cricketer, and I think that the future here at Gloucestershire should be built around those two. James Bracey himself is only 26 years old. You forget with Brace because he's been around for so long, but he's only 26. He's a young man still. I think that Ajit Singh Dale will just get better and better. I think Zaman Akhtar has had a very good first season in county cricket, and I think he will only improve. I think that Charlesworth is good. I think Joe Phillips will have more and more cricket coming into the side. And then behind that, there's another group of youngsters, the likes of Tommy Borman, etc., people behind that. So I think the future's very bright here. And I think that things will get better. It might be another season of, not being so great, but I do think it will be a slight improvement on this year.
And obviously there will be a lot of discussion. There is still a lot of discussion about the schedule for 2024 and indeed for 2025. We have no insight for 2025, but the broad structure for 2024 is the same. In other words, Championship cricket at the start, then the T20 in the middle. One or two umbrellas going up here at the moment.
Yeah.
And then the 100 and the one-day cup behind the 100 effectively, and then the block of championship games at the end of the season.
Yeah.
I think too, and Dan makes the point about Ollie Price, I would be absolutely amazed if Ollie Price isn't player of the season.
Yeah, I think he's got to go on the England Lions tour as well. And I think he has to.
He might even be young player of the season as well.
Yeah, I'd probably go for Ajit Singh Dale. I mean, I would go for. I mean, Ollie Price qualifies, but if you win Player of the Year, do you want Young Player of the Year as well? I would give it to somebody else, like Ajit or someone like that, because I think he's had a fantastic year, and I think he has come on leaps and bounds. Nathan Conn, talking of young players, he has sent us an email. He's half brothers with the Charlesworths, by the look of it. He's enjoying the commentary, he's enjoying the cricket from overcast Oxfordshire today, doing a bit of gardening, and off for Sunday lunch in the Cotswolds later. Well, I fancy the Sunday lunch bit, Nathan, but the gardening, let's leave that out. Come and join us, here. We'll be back on soon. The light will clear soon. Leave the gardening alone and join us here on the stream. Of course, seeing the two brothers playing side by side again is amazing. And it wasn't a bad debut for young Luke last outing. I thought he'd bowled very well. I thought that was a wonderful moment, wasn't it, up at Leicestershire, where he nicked off, I can't remember who it was, but I think it was Hill, wasn't it, caught at first slip by his brother Ben for his very first-class wicket. And it was just one of those moments that the game of cricket throws up. One of those sort of, idiosyncrasies.
Yeah, indeed. And just to say here, as you can see, the ground staff are loitering in the middle, so it may not be a long break, this. We certainly hope it isn't. There are some very dark clouds towards the Ashley Down Road end of the ground.
Loitering's a good word. They look like a load of teenagers outside a shopping precinct, don't they?
But they are, as it say, loitering by the covers that are over the pitch we're using for this match. 32 without loss from 7 overs. Gloucestershire won the toss, deciding to bat. 18 to Ben Charlesworth and 8 to Chris Dent. Just on that sort of improvement scenario, and you mentioned about the injuries, you would hope that the coaching staff and the backroom staff would have a long look at the pattern of injuries this season and what they think has caused that. Is it some of the training schedules? Is it the workload? And we talk particularly when you get to this stage, and so here's the injured list for this game: Tom Price, David Payne, Zaman Akhtar, Ajit Singh Dale, Marchant de Lange, and I think you can add Matt Taylor to that. I know he was in the squad, but I didn't think there was really
I'll go with that.
Any chance of him. Ben Wells. That's an awful lot of players unavailable, and by the way, a lot of those are bowlers. So, how much do you look at, soft tissue injuries, all that type of thing during the winter?
No.
And I'm sure that the S&C staff will say we cannot afford, if we want to have a successful team, we cannot afford to have lots of people on the treatment table.
No, without a doubt, you can't have people sort of on the physios, Dame Judy, as it's known. So, but I'm sure there'll be reports. The physios will do reports, the medical staff will do reports, the strength and conditioning staff will do reports, and they will look at if there is a pattern or if it's just been plain old bad luck.
Yeah, and I did say this to James Healy before play today. There is one bowler in the club who I hardly ever recall being injured.
Josh Shaw.
Yes.
Yeah. Strong as an ox, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yorkshireman.
So Why is that?
I think he's supremely fit. He's, I mean, he's a big lad, but there's no fat on him at all. He's really fit, Josh. And I just think he works hard, and I think he, you know,
is it just that his body is more robust?
Possibly,
and
possibly.
You know, Ajit and Zaman are still quite early in their first class career, but if their bodies, how long is it going to take their bodies to get to a point where they can cope with bowling more overs and playing in more games? Because you don't want a quick bowler who basically, I can only play 1 week out of 2.
Lightning over south-east Bristol, so I wonder if that's why the players have been taken off, or whether it is bad light. Or if I was the ground staff, I probably wouldn't be leaning on that metal cover right now with thunder and lightning around. But hey, each to their own, you know. But I think we're going to take a short break. We're going to sort of go and grab a cup of coffee. We suggest you do too. I don't think we're going to be too long. I think we're going to be back shortly. But as soon as we have any updates, we'll let you know, and we'll see you soon.
Well, welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium, where we are resuming after an early lunch was taken. We had a thunderstorm at just about 11 o'clock. We've played the 7 overs that were possible from the 10:30 start under the floodlights. The floodlights are still on, and we gather, if the forecast is right, that that probably is it for the rain for the day. So the arrangements for the rest of the day are this. We have lost 13 overs, so play will go through until 6 o'clock, all being well, and tea will be at 3:20, and that is a fixed time to split the available playing hours in half. Gloucestershire 32 without loss. Ben Charlesworth on 18, Chris Dent on 8. Briefly give you the scores from elsewhere. Obviously all these games are at lunch with the exception of the one at Glamorgan. So there's been no play so far at the Ageas Bowl between England and New Zealand. That's in the obviously the ODI series, which started at Cardiff with a win for the Kiwis. In Division 1, Kent 96 for 1, batting first at home to Notts. Middlesex are at Old Trafford 65 for 5 against Lancashire, and Northants are 71 for 2 against Warwickshire. All those games at lunch. In the second division had a delayed start at Cardiff. Yorkshire 47 without loss, and at Hove, where Leicestershire are chasing that win that would very much keep them in the potential promotion picture, Sussex are 115 for 4. And at the resumption, after Pat Brown's 3 overs for 21, we're going to have Anuj Dal bowl for the first time.
Yeah, interesting. Dal. I wonder if they've had a look at the wicket and they think it's maybe time for not so much pace on the ball, perhaps.
Well, just want a bit of control, I think. There's anything else from this pavilion end. Here is Dahl around the wicket and just defended by Dent. The one thing that we did say in the half an hour play that was possible at 10:30 was that the Derbyshire attack it's kind of split very cleanly into 3 parts. You've got the opening bowlers, who are definitely their quickest, the backup seamers, who would be nothing more than medium pace really, and that's not being unkind to Dahl and to Lewis Rees, and then the 2 spinners, Thompson and Watt. Here is Dahl, and that's pushed out by Dent. That might just have gone away a fraction off the pitch, actually.
Yeah. We haven't seen much go away from this end.
Straightened a little bit. So have a second look at this. Yeah, just a fraction.
Connors was getting it, that sort of more or less held its line, didn't it? Connors was getting it to move away off the seam this morning quite prodigiously. Is it raining again?
I hope not. Here is Darwin again, and Dent plays it down into his pad.
It looks like maybe it's just leaking off the roof above us.
Maybe I don't get the impression, and it's also, I think, quite a bit brighter out there in terms of natural light at the moment. It was very dark when they went off.
Apparently they went off for lightning.
Well, that's not a surprise either. Dahl around the wicket to Dent, who comes forward and defends. Oh, it's a sloppy bit of cricket there by Matthew Lamb. They're not going to risk a run on the misfield. Never run on one of those, but he didn't give Brooke Guest the best throw there, suffice to say.
I saw Alistair Cook get to a century like that against Pakistan once, where he's just played a forward defensive back to the bowler at the Oval, who's launched it back at the wicket keeper, and it's gone over his head for 4 runs.
Dahl staying around the wicket. Well, that's a little bit of life. Tom Lungley and Jack Shantry are our umpires here today, so both.
Shaughnessy, isn't it? They got changed.
Did get changed, yeah.
I was thinking.
Now, Shaughnessy's quite a small man.
Yeah.
That's Difficult to tell him against the other two. I think that's a good line from Dahl. Outside the off stump. So Tom Longley is at the pavilion end. Jack Shantry standing at the Ashley Down Road end. And will it be Connors, I wonder, from that end of the ground? Looks like he is going to continue. I suspect that's just really because Brown didn't appear to have much control of direction in his opening 3 overs in the day.
Match referee is Mike Smith. A.M. Smith.
A.M. Smith.
One test for England. Is he a lawyer now?
He did go into the legal profession, indeed he did.
Who's this? Is this Reese?
No, this is still Connors.
Oh, it's still Connors.
Yeah, Reese's left arm down, that'll be the giveaway.
Yes, and a left-handed bat. That was a gentle loosener there by Connors because he can crank it up to a lot quicker than that. Driven firmly back by Charlesworth. Connors defends off his own bowling. Connors 24 years old now. Made 40 appearances. Taken 110 first class wickets at 35 apiece. He'll be looking to improve that average. Be looking to get that down into the late 20s. Here he is. Coming past Shantry, just straying onto the legs of Charlesworth, who may well get 2 here. He will, because he's got that right in the gap there between Pat Brown and Alex Thompson.
Yeah, Dan makes the point, Mike Smith won Test match. Yeah, but yeah, 533 first-class wickets at under 25 and 300 List A wickets at under 26.5. That's not bad. I think I'd settle for that.
Well, how different would it have been if Graham Thorpe had held, was it Matty Elliott, I think it was, the Australian, who got 199 that day. That just shapes away from Charlesworth, leaves it alone. I think it was Matty Elliott who gave Graham Thorpe quite an easy chance when he had about 20. And he went on and got 100.
You'd like Mike Smith bowling on this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, he wasn't he wasn't slow, he was... You know, I mean, he was brisk enough, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was probably, you might say, he was the David Payne of his era for Gloucestershire.
Connors, Charlesworth, who gets that one behind point. Ange Dahl doing the fielding there at backward point.
Where the movement was chiefly in the air.
Yeah. One test wonder. Been a few others over the years. Alan Wells, Alan Butcher, Charlesworth plays that
Was
out to
Alan
middle.
Eggleston more than one?
Yeah, I think he might have been. I can't remember. He played in '89, and we used so many players in 1989 that I've forgotten who played what there.
So, let's check. As you were going down the Allen route.
Paul Parker was one test. I mean, the selectors, I think they must have been drinking because they dropped David Gower for Paul Parker at the very end of the 81.
3
Ashes
tests for
tour.
Eggleston, in fact. So
It's been told he's an England right back. Different Paul Parker.
here's Anuj Dahl from the pavilion end. And steered off the outside half of the bat, down past third slip. That will go for 4 to third man. So Chris Denny, it'll say 4 in the book. It won't tell us how he got them. But he played it with very, very low off the bat, so it wasn't a chance per se.
Do you think Chris Dent is getting more and more open in his stance? If we have a look, he's got this strange stance where his front foot points back down the wicket to the bowler while his back foot is square on. But he's become more and more open, I think, Chris Dent.
It's that go from...
As his career's moved on, don't you think? If you have a look at him.
He is... He's never been, I don't think, what you might sort of call textbook, where you've got the left and right shoulder parallel. He's always had...
I think it's whatever works for you. And,
yeah.
You know, Chris is happy with that, then Chris is, you know, seems to work for him. Very open there, though.
It's in behind that from Dahl, goes to Matthew Lamb. Gone back to 3 slips, Derbyshire. They had a couple of overs where they had a leg slip in to Brown. They have 4 slips in to Connors at one stage in that first half an hour.
Yeah, I think it's gonna do a little bit. 38 for none.
Dahl past umpire Lumley. Again, that's fired in pretty straight for Dent, so he's got to defend.
Gloucestershire will be happy with his start, though. It's only a start, but I think if you can get 300 on the board in the first innings, I think this pitch is going to start to turn, start to rag later on. I think if you can get 300, I think that could put Derbyshire really under a lot of pressure.
Darling and Dent, that one is just fine enough that he can squeeze it round down to the bound, down to Connors in front of the apartments at long leg for a single. Yeah, the rest of the Gloucestershire batting order for this game: Ollie Price, Miles Hammond 3 and 4, Graham van Beeren back at number 5, James Bracey at 6, Zafika Hart, and then debutant Ed Middleton batting at number 8, Josh Shaw, and then Goodman and Luke Charlesworth. Darlin, brother Ben, plays a defensive shot out to Matthew Lamb. So Dahl, at least, if not absolutely threatening in his opening couple of overs, at least he's tidied things up a bit from a Derbyshire point of view. He's bowled just 2 overs since the resumption from this pavilion end, 2 overs for 5, and as you can see, the strike almost equally shared between the Gloucestershire openers, and in terms of balls faced, that is.
I want to know, Ian, whether, I'll come on to it after this ball.
Who knows what's going to come after that start to that question.
Ooh, strangled appeal there. I think Dent's just got something on that with the bat. Goes out to square leg. Let's have another look at this. Let's have a look. Connors comes in. Maybe a little bit high, perhaps.
Going down leg side, I'd have said too.
And possibly an inside. Not really a lot going for it.
That's why it was
Ian, what I want to know.
That's what was a strangled appeal down.
We talk about brothers. Yeah, and we know about brothers. This Gloucestershire have got 3 pairs of brothers in. Oh, that's a good delivery to Chris Dent from Connors. Gloucestershire have got 3 sets of brothers. All 3 haven't played in the same side yet, but it's a possibility. Jack and Matt Taylor, Luke and Ben Charlesworth, and Ollie and Tom Price. But have any pair of brothers ever been number 1 and number 11 in the order at polar opposites? Can anyone let us know if there's anyone like that? As that one goes away.
There are a couple of our good friends on social media who would love that kind of question. One of them is Dan Norcross.
Yeah.
And the other one is Brian Holford. Those 2 gentlemen would love that sort of ponder. And
there's the email address. Let us know.
And one of Brian's replies would be, our correspondent in Arbroath tells us ...
I don't think there has been, because I think when you see them, you normally get a pair of brothers who bat, say for instance, or bowl. Oh, that's taken the outside edge. That would have been a comfortable catch for fourth slip. That looked like a horror of a delivery there. Dent's actually played that one pretty well. Let's have a look at this. Oh, that's a brute.
Yeah, that's exactly the word I was going to use. He's done well to survive that.
That one was like Ian Randall's aftershave. Brute. Remember Brute 33 I've seen? Henry Cooper, Kevin Keegan, splash it on. Do you remember?
I never bowled a ball like that.
Did you ever wear Brute 33 back in the day? No.
Gully going in.
Yeah. Connor's in, Dent leaves that alone. It was a horrible delivery to get. Dent actually played it pretty well, I thought.
There's not much else. If that had literally just looped up,
yeah,
he might have looked at the pitch, but not much more he could have done.
Do you know that reminded me of? There was a game here against Leicestershire where I think Zaman Akhtar got Rehan Ahmed out at the same end as well, and again it was just a proper throat ball. Connor's in short. Dent pulls that. Oh, that was a great effort there from Brown. That was in the air for a while.
It was, and Brown coming round from his position. He's whipped it. I mean, you said about the strength and a weakness line. He has pulled it in the end out of Brown's reach, but Brown made a lot of ground.
He's sharp.
Effectively back to deep backward square, and Leos Deploy just applauding the effort from his fielder.
He's sharp, Brown, isn't he? He's quick across the surface. Yeah, so have any brothers batted at 1 and 11 in the order? I don't think they have.
Here is Ben Charles was waiting for a new over from Dahl, and has he nicked it? Well, Derbyshire are convinced he has, and the umpire is not having any of it.
Ooh.
Was there an inside edge? Was that what they were thinking?
I think it was for the outside. Oh, they're all confident.
Everybody went up. Maybe it was bat against pad. Was that what the umpire heard? Or thought he heard? Anyway, ultimate decision not out. years old, Anush Dal. Here he is. And Charles just lets that go. He's got 68 first-class wickets at 32, which is not that many. I mean, he's in the side really for both batting and bowling. He averages 35 with the bat, so he's probably a little bit more of a batting all-rounder than a bowling all-rounder, but he bats at... He's going to bat at 7 in this side. So is he a Tom Price? Different sort of doing sort of bowler, but trying to do a similar sort of job, I suppose, for his team.
Ian, Leos Deploy going to Middlesex, 5-year deal. That's unheard of, isn't it?
It's a very long contract, isn't it?
Yeah. Is that size trying to spread the payment, do you think?
Well, possibly. Or conversely, is it the player saying, okay, from a security point of view, I will accept a lower salary if you'll extend the deal. If you think I am worth X pounds, well, if you pay it over 5 years rather than 4, or even 5 years rather than 3, I'm okay with that. Darling, see, his line is much better than Brown's at the moment.
We're seeing, though, in football, we're seeing big, long deals in football, but that's to get sides around financial fair play, isn't it? There's no financial fair play in cricket. much to the chagrin of
Some.
Surrey would still be far and away the best side, wouldn't they?
That was not a very long approach, and that didn't get up very much. And
Surrey.
Charlesworth lets that go. 45 without loss. Charlesworth has 20. Dent has 19. I remember a conversation that I had with former Chief Executive Tom Richardson, which will tell you how long ago it was, and I don't believe this has changed since. And he said there is a notional salary cap in county cricket for the squad. And he said Surrey are the only team that get anywhere near paying up to it.
Okay. Well, it's interesting that have they just announced it's gone?
Sorry?
Yeah, is it Matthew Dunn?
No. Rifer and so obviously
just left alone.
Moriarty's gone to Yorkshire, as we discussed earlier. They've just Nico Rifer and Nick Kimber have both effectively are being released at the end of the season. One is going outside cricket. One is not. Has not actually said what he's going to do yet. Those are the two. They've announced various retentions.
That's just left alone. Yeah, Matthew Dunn has been at Surrey since 2011 and has played 43 first-class games, 21 List A, 23 T20. I mean, obviously, you know, his career, he had to take some time out due to the untimely bereavement there of his child, which was horrendously sad. But with other counties, would they have kept somebody on who's played 80-odd games in 12 years? That just goes through to the keeper. 80-odd games in all formats. Would any other county have the finances to be able to do that? Probably not.
No, it isn't a lot of cricket, is it?
No.
You know, you're not anything like a first choice in any of the three formats.
No. I mean, it works out at, what, 6 games a year, doesn't it? Is that right? 43, 64...
But if you break it down, he's probably playing in it's a no ball.
That's no ball.
3 or 4 championship games, a couple of T20s, and a couple of games in the One Day Cup. Well, that's not much cricket, is it?
No.
Not much first team cricket when you think about it.
No. So the difference between the haves and the have-nots, and Derbyshire and Gloucestershire are probably amongst the have-nots. Sorry to mention the word knots to you Derbyshire fans listening in. I know you don't like them very much. Ooh, that's a strange bit of cricket there. Then Q ends that out to mid-off, even though he was aiming towards square leg. Knots are definitely the haves as well, aren't they?
Undoubtedly.
Yes.
I do wonder what the Notts Academy manager, what the end of season conversation is like there.
Well, do you think it's quite disheartening for any kids coming through their academy who then... Oh, that's nice from Dent. Just slightly over pitch. Dent works that one through mid-wicket. That's going to go away for 4 runs. Lovely shot. Dent moves into the 20s with that, and that's the 50 up in the 13th over. Yeah, do you think... I mean, we saw Joey Everson at Notts. Notts produced him, and he went down to Kent, didn't he? Had to get his opportunities there. And you do wonder, sort of, any kid coming through that academy system thinking, no matter how well I play, they're just going to sign somebody who's going to take my place from somebody somewhere else.
Well,
do you think it's a bit disheartening?
I might come back to that in a minute.
Dent just allows the ball to come onto him and just works it around the corner for a single. 52 for none.
Well, I think if
Charles
you were,
20,
if you
Dent
were
24.
Brett Hutton's agent, you'd have a very interesting conversation at Notts, wouldn't you? Because, you know, arguably they
he's had a good year.
Yeah, they brought him through and then decided he wasn't really good enough, so they let him go to Northants. And he did very well there, and suddenly, therefore, he's a player in demand, we must sign him back again.
Yeah.
It's strange that apparently he wasn't wanted, and then he became very wanted.
Derbyshire fans will know all about Tom Taylor as well.
Dahl around the wicket, and got pushed at by Dent, who's been dominating the strike in the last couple of overs.
He's just announced the move, hasn't he? He's going to go to Worcestershire,
yeah.
Where it's not often he goes west because he's done the tour of the east side, hasn't he? He's been to Derbyshire, he's been to Leicestershire, and he's been to Northants now. So he likes the East Midlands. Now he's going further over to the West Midlands.
Is he going to try and do, and I don't know whether he can do it, the job that Ed Barnard did for Worcestershire? He's
a good player. He's a dangerous customer with a bat. He comes in about number 8.
My worry in inverted commas would be, could he do it with the ball as much as Barnard has? Dahl, and throwing to defend. Dent, who defends. His numbers with the ball would suggest that he might be a more effective batsman, but we'll see. So our email address, James will put up at the end of the over, just to remind you of, if you want to get in touch on this Sunday afternoon. A reminder too about our hours of play, because at this particular time, 1:25, we should be into the afternoon session, which of course we are, but we've had an odd morning, only 7 overs cricket, and now actually, although the lights are on, I suggest if the lights were turned off, it would be quite naturally bright out there.
Yeah, the sun's come out. I've even put my shades on here.
So we had an early lunch, a 1 o'clock resumption, and we have lost 13 overs on the day. That's dug out again by Dent up to Lewis Rees at mid-on. So the day will end up being 83 overs in all, provided we can get all those overs in. And we will play till 6 o'clock with tea at 3:20. Here is Dahl. And again, that's a little bit leg side, so Dent can just work it away to wide mid-on and stroll through for a comfortable single. So Charles has still got 3 slips there. Fairly orthodox field. And again, Dahl pitching that very well up, forcing Charles to defend. I could do with somewhere along the line a big score between now and the end of the season. Ben Charlesworth, just looking at sort of where he is compared to last summer, and I just had a look at some of these numbers yesterday. Of the main batsmen, only Ollie Price has scored more championship runs this year than last at the moment. Now I get the fact that there are 2 matches to go, and in particular Dent and Hammond and possibly Ben Charlesworth all might get past last season's numbers, but Bracey in particular is quite a long way short.
Pat Brown's coming in from the Ashley Down Road end.
Connor's 7 overs for 22.
Yeah. Ian, I've done my voting for the Cricket Writers Club Awards.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, there are loads of categories here.
There are 4.
4, okay.
4 which I've done, so let's have a look.
So that presumably means a healthy lunch somewhere, does it?
Yeah, it's a little bit later this year. So it's due to people working on the Cricket World Cup, so that's left alone by Chris Dent. A little bit later this year, so I think it's going to be the end of November because the Cricket World Cup. So, Ian, who would be your County Championship Player of the Year.
Right, give me the categories first then. So that's one, yeah.
Suggestions: James Rue, Alex Lees, Brett Hutton, Ben Rain, Rishi Patel. Just worked into square by Dent, gets one. Rishi Patel, Jamie Smith, Sam Hain, Jamie Porter, Ben Folkes, Bryden Cars. So the Insurance, LV Insurance County Championship Player of the Year. Previous winners of this. Well, we had Keith Barker won it last year, Luke Fletcher the year before, Alistair Cook, or Sir Alistair Cook.
It's probably going to be a Division 1 player, isn't it?
Well, you see, I've gone for a Division 2 player. Charlesworth defends that.
So who have you gone for?
I went for Rishi Patel at Leicestershire. I think he's been superb. He's scored hundreds in all 3 formats this year. He's got something like 600s in total. And
but this is Championship only.
Well, this is Championship only, yeah. But he's had a wonderful year in the county championship.
I get the fact that Ben Rain, I think, is the leading wicket taker in the country.
Yeah.
But he's bowling in the 2nd division, and I think mention it quietly here, but I think it's hard to look beyond James Rue.
Yeah. Okay. Young player, young cricketer of the year. Ooh, that's wide from Brown. Wasn't been given a wide. He's pushed that one out there, as they say. Suggestions in no particular order. The criteria, let's do criteria first. Must have been under 23 when the 2023 cricket season started.
Okay.
This means that they were born after April the 1st, 2000, and they must be English qualified.
Right, okay.
This award takes into account performances only by players. Brown comes into Charlesworth, defends that back down the pitch. Players in all formats of the men's game, domestic and international. Suggestions in no particular order: Jamie Smith, James Rue, Rahan Ahmed, James Coles, John Turner, Will Smead, Tawanda Moyaye, Dan Mosley and Tom Laws. I went for somebody who is not in that
list, yes.
And why not? I've gone for a certain Mr. Oliver Price.
Yeah, I wouldn't have the numbers of all those players in all the formats. Steered away by Dent. You get 4 for that. No, it's not going to be. It's going to be hauled in, and Connors will keep them down to a couple. Dahl is continuing from this pavilion end. I would have thought Ollie Price's numbers stack up against
anyone,
almost anyone. The only thing with Rue is the number of hundreds he's got. I think it's 6, which is an awful lot. Oh,
Ollie Price has got 5, hasn't he?
He's got 4, I think.
4.
2 and 2.
And then he's got about 6 scores between 70 and 75 and 95 on top of that.
So he's got 2 50s in the championship in addition to his hundreds, and he's got 5 scores over 50. So I can absolutely see why you and I would vote for him. I suspect of the suggestions, again, Rue, the London fraternity may go for Jamie Smith.
Not in my half of London.
No, okay.
Not north of the river. No, I think he's a lovely player though, Jamie Smith.
Dahl in again to Dent.
We saw him get 200 here last year, didn't we? I was on a very flat one, granted, but he played very pleasing on the eye, wasn't he?
Yeah. Smead only plays one format.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suspect it'll be between Rue and Smith. That doesn't stop us voting for somebody else. Dahl in, and leg side rather too much, and that's clipped away past wide mid on. That will go all the way for 4. Just beats the fielder on the chase over the rope. 4 more.
Sheer timing there from Dent.
Yeah, I say he's one of the batsmen who is short at the moment of where he finished up last year. He got 714 runs in the championship. He started this innings of this match with 606. So like a couple of big scores to finish the season with. So all right, so I'm with you, Ollie Price.
Okay, England Player of the Year. Male or female, all formats considered. Voting cycle goes from the 1st of October 2022.
And Dahl, when he does get the line about right, the ball is holding from round the wicket, and then just be a little bit careful. There's the share of the partnership.
Right, so England players.
Yeah.
Suggestions in no particular order. Stuart Broad, Zach Crawley, Nat Sciver-Brunt, Harry Brooks, Sophie Eccleston, Ben Stokes, Tammy Beaumont, Joss Butler, Sam Curran.
Broad would be the emotional vote, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he got my vote. I thought he was England's best player in the Ashes. Brown comes steaming in. That's a thick outside edge. That's going to run away. Is it going to go for 4? Is the fielder going to haul it in? That's great work from Harry Kane to save a run there, and they settle for 3. Yeah, I went for Stuart Broad. I just... and not sort of out of emotion, I just generally thought that he was England's spearhead of their attack in the Ashes.
Yeah, I
don't think Zach Crawley is consistent enough for me. I don't think Ben Stokes has, been... Ooh, that's nipped back a long way to Dent. Harry Brook... been alright, he's been decent, but he's, Ben Stokes hasn't bowled, has he? Joss Butler, not really. He's done alright. Sam Curran, done alright. But for me, Stuart Broad.
Yes, I wonder whether, again, you might get votes compartmentalised by geography a bit.
Brown to Dent. Defends that.
I think Broad might be the emotional vote. I wonder whether Brooke might run him close.
Possibly. Or Nat Sciver-Brunt, she's had a good year, and she got, was it 3 consecutive hundreds or?
Yeah, that would be again, that might be a slightly emotional one, but I suspect that she wouldn't oust one of the other 2.
No. Oh, Chris Dent, a cover drive of the highest quality there. 4 runs.
There's Brown over pitching again.
Right, Ian.
And it was wide.
Ian, I've got another category. Emerging Cricketer Award.
Right.
The criteria: a player from the women's game of any age who's had a breakthrough season with particular focus on the domestic game. So that's the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, the Charlotte Edwards Cup, the County Cricket, the 100. Bear in mind that a player can only have a breakthrough season once. So that's a good sprawling stop there by Brooke Guest. So people like Alice Capsey and Freya Kemp, they won it in the last 2 years. They can't win it again. So, suggestions.
So I've written a name down here already.
So, suggestions. in no particular order, Mahika Gore, Lauren Finer, Rhianna Southby, our very own Danny Gibson, and Bess Heath. Short pulled as that goes down to long leg, where George Scrimshaw on his 12ths actually. Moustache bristling away. He does the fielding down there.
Well, I wrote down Lauren Filer's name.
Yeah, I worked with her twin sister last week actually, Lauren Filer. She's from Weston-super-Mare. Very nice girl. Jodie, I think her name was. Worked with her at the Disability Premier League. Very nice girl. Lauren Finer's had a fantastic season. Danny Gibson's had a very good year though, hasn't she? And she's our buddy. She was on the commentary earlier this year, wasn't she? So I hope you're not being disloyal to Danny.
No.
I hope you're not going for someone Somerset related and not somebody Gloucestershire related, Ian Randall.
Filer's name was the one I generally wrote down.
Yeah.
Anushdal 5 overs for 12, and he's going to be replaced by Lewis Rees to bowl his left arm medium pace from the pavilion end. Derbyshire still looking for a breakthrough here. 17 overs, albeit in 2 stints. Two slips and a catcher at short straight mid wicket. Mark Watt is probably only 15 yards from the bat there. Here is Rees, left arm of course. That's at the off stump through to Guest. He's an interesting cricketer to me, Lewis Rees.
Well, sometimes he opens the bowling and opens the batting. He's been known as club cricket as skipper's mate.
He's got more runs than anybody. So come back to this thing about aggregates. He's got more runs this season in the 3 formats than any Gloucestershire batter other than Ollie Price. Stop from Matthew Lamb. And he's taken 32 wickets as well. Now,
he's a good cricketer.
On
He
the
used to be at
basis
Lancashire, didn't he? I think.
On the basis that he's a left armour, I think he's a more than handy player to have in your club.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Just wobbles it a little bit in the air. Not express pace, obviously, but
no.
He plays. He plays all 3 formats. He's got 600, just over 600 championship runs, and he's got well over 600 white ball runs. So you add his wickets into that as well. It's a pretty handy record. And Dent defends. I mean, overall, first class average is 33, very respectable.
Yeah.
And he's got, first class wise, he's got 141 wickets at less than 30. I think there'll be a few bowlers around who wouldn't mind that as an average without adding 5,000 first class runs to your tally. I say, at 33, he's probably quite settled at Derbyshire, you would think. Dent waits for him. And again, that's given time to move in the air, not that it does a great deal. And Scrimshaw at fields at mid-on. See who's gone off actually.
I think it's Anushdal.
Yeah, Connors. Yeah, I don't think. I think it might be Dahl because Connors is
backward point where Dahl's been fielding.
Yeah, so maybe that's why he's off at the moment. Reset again. That's very wide, and it's steered away through the vacant gap at point for 4.
Yeah, you can't bowl with that much width.
That's been Derbyshire's problem a bit today. They haven't been operating with a tight enough line,
Well, I'm surprised we haven't seen the spin yet. I thought...
It's still quite early, isn't it, in terms of overs
I
bowled?
suppose so. 18?
18 overs gone.
Yeah.
And a very swift drinks break for the two batsmen. I know that we were chatting, we got to the ground today. Dan's not a great gardener, but I mowed my lawn at home. So I was like, have you got a garden?
I have got a garden,
Okay.
yeah.
So presumably your good lady deals with that.
No, I get the kids to do it.
Do you?
Well, I mean, I was out there the other day.
So the point is, Dan, you don't do it, is that right?
No, I did. I trimmed my bush the other day. That's square drive there from Charlesworth. That's going to run away for 4 runs. Derbyshire need to stem the flow a little bit here. There's too much width on offer. And these two Gloucestershire left-handers taking full advantage. 76 they put on. Yeah, I did a little bit the other day, but do you know what I didn't do, right? Because I haven't got any gardening sacks.
Any what?
Any gardening, you know, the sacks that you put the...
refuse bags.
Yeah. So I've just left it all and I've come down here for a 4-day game. And I'm hoping that the wind blows it away. Brown in. Charlesworth drives handsomely to Mark Watt at mid-off.
No, I'm moderately surprised. That was the 9th boundary of the innings so far, and it's felt like it's been more than that. And the width has, maybe it's every ball that's been wide has been hit for 4. Maybe that's the way of it. But yeah, the Derbyshire direction has been a bit amiss this morning. Anyway, I say I went to mow my lawn on Friday evening, and just the air is just so warm.
Yeah, sticky, isn't it?
Yeah,
sticky. Horror. It's not particularly pleasant, actually. Pat Brown here isn't bowling one side of the wicket or the other here, and Deploy has got a deep backwards square and he's got a long leg, so he's got a little bit of protection there. He's got he's got, who's that in at short mid wicket there?
Scrimshaw.
Is it Scrimshaw?
Yeah.
That's short and pulled, and Dent gets that one. Oh, he looked like he might have been over the boundary there. Lewis Rees, he's got away with that. But then Brown throws one wide outside the off stump there, and he's got a little protection on that side, so he's not bowling one side of the wicket or the other, and that's hard to set a field to as a skipper.
I suspect that's what Mickey Arthur and Derbyshire will be working on a lot during the winter with him.
Yeah.
You would have thought, because as we said at the top of the stream today, he's not played very much red ball cricket at all.
Driven, square again, but can only pick out Matthew Lamb there at backward point. One of my guests last night, Ian, was Steve Kirby, who Gloucestershire fans had here between 2005 and 2010, and Derbyshire had him as their assistant coach under David Houghton, and he is still assistant coach to David Houghton with Zimbabwe now. And we flew him specially back in for the people of Bristol. And we flew Andy Brassington back in from his house about 300 yards that way. That's just defended there. But Steve Kirby, very entertaining man, came out with some wonderful stories. And Derbyshire fans probably miss him. He's one of the worst mitters, of taking the sort of when the bowlers go out, and he gets hit on the shins regularly. He says it himself, he is one of the worst mitters ever.
Well, you see, if you're bad enough, you don't get the job, do you? That's the thing. Did you put our email up, James, at the end of the last over? Did you? Thank you. We'll do it at the end of this Lewis Rees over. I think we might be seeing some spin shortly, because Alex Thompson is limbering up, and I think Derbyshire might be getting a bit fed up with Brown's rather wayward attack at the moment. 6 overs for 36 he's bowled. Here is Rees, almost getting through dense defences, but there is our email. If you want to get in touch with us on this, what is now quite bright Sunday afternoon. The lights are still on, and they will remain on for the rest of the day, of course, once they've been used at the outset. But here, Gloucestershire have got themselves away to a decent start. Not only a decent start in terms of the board, but they've been scoring at a brisk pace as well. And again, that's quite floaty from Lewis Rees, and Scrimshaw does the fielding.
Zach Chappell is on as 12th now. He's at mid-off. Man here on loan last year. He was actually known here amongst the staff as Zach Chappell, after a spelling mistake came back on his shirt with just the one P in it.
So they got both the players not playing in the 11 right on the field as sub-fielders at the moment. Dent.
Zach would obviously have to be spelled Z-A-C-Q-U-E-S. Rugby World Cup last night as well. Good win for England.
Yes, a bit of a one-man show, if we're honest. But that was quite, you might say, quite clever of George Ford to run the game like that. Rees in again. Oh, that's beaten Dent, and he has nicked that one. So the first wicket does go down, and we're saying he's a handy cricketer, Lewis Rees, and Chris Dent, having got to 41, gets this one, and it just moves away, and he knew he'd nicked it, didn't have to wait for the umpire.
Yes, a good delivery that. He had to play it here. There's no shame in that. Chris Dent hasn't made a mistake. He's been got out there by Rees, but 80 for the first partnership, that could be crucial in the context of the game, in what I'm expecting could be quite a low scoring affair perhaps.
So applause for Chris Dent as he goes off. Catch for Brooke Guest. He thought he had a catch off Anush Dal much earlier. That though wasn't given, no edge. And James Bracey coming out at number 3.
Ooh.
Now,
ooh.
we understood that Ollie Price was going to bat at 3, so
Interesting move.
Bracey obviously has batted quite capably at 3 on many occasions before, but just to juggle in the order a little bit.
Thought James Bracey spoke really well last night. Really got a good head on his shoulders. Spoke. He's very mature. He's very sensible, but he's quite good fun at the same time. You know, he's not a boring guy by any stretch of the imagination. I thought he was very well. James Bracey is about to do a cycle ride as well to Paris for the PCA, who have been absolutely wonderful to a number of Gloucestershire cricketers over the years. Probably Tom Smith out the current side. They've helped out a hell of a lot, and they've helped out numerous cricketers around the country, and it's a really worthy cause. And James Bracey will be cycling to Paris in October.
Rees in, and Bracey away straight away with a bit of a streaky edge, if we're honest, all the way on the floor. True, down to the third man round boundary for 4, but didn't want to hang about and get caught on naught for a while. That was, again, the only about Rees is putting a very full length, and I suppose he has to with his relative pace.
It's quite an extravagant shot first ball,
yeah.
Wasn't it? But hey. But yeah, so James is going to be cycling to Paris, and I think if any Gloucestershire fans are listening in, they should try and make a donation. It's on his page, on his social media accounts. The club have tweeted out as well.
Rees again, almost the strangled appeal. Such as an inside edge there. He'd have been really going up for an LBW. I'm thinking he's in a group of 4 cyclists.
Yeah,
Bracey.
yeah. Who else is going with him?
That's the question I was going to ask you, because I too had seen the fact that the cycle ride was being done.
Would you cycle to Paris?
Probably not at my age, no.
James Healy cycled to Paris.
Bracey defence. So a successful successful over for Lewis Rees. Having come into the attack at this pavilion end, he has 1 for 10, as you can see from his 2 overs. So a slight shuffle in the middle order for Gloucestershire, and we're going to see. Dan's been talking about spin. Well, how long are we going to have to wait? The answer is not very long, because Alex Thompson's going to have a bowl from the Ashley Down road end with his off brakes.
There's going to be a few of them, actually. There's going to be a whole group of them. They're going to be cycling from the Oval to Paris, whereas, ironically, James Healy has cycled from Paris to Yeovil. Alex Thompson's going to come into the attack. Gonna bowl.
So who else is in the Bracey group then?
I can't see from my records. Here he is coming around the wicket. Charlesworth defends. Thompson played in the Metro Bank One Day Cup at Cheltenham, and Mark Watt, the other spinner. Thompson was far more economical. He went 1 for 38 off 6. Watt went none for 77 as Charlesworth defends that. None for 77 off 9. Mark Watt went. Ollie Price got 116 not out in that game. I seem to recall Harry Tector being particularly severe on Watt at various times. He got 80 odd that game. Floated up. Charlesworth gets it past the short extra cover. Thompson's going to come in around the wicket. Here he comes. Bracey gets that one back with a square. I need to pick out MATCHDAY. Yeah, Bracey has been sort of very supportive of the PCA. He said it's one of his favourite charities. There he goes, he pushes it into the covers. Saying alongside the mental health support, the greatest part about the trust is what they do for you once you finish playing the game. They're looking to raise £50,000. Left alone there by Bracey. No, I can't tell here who is going to be cycling. But day one, this is his itinerary. Do you want to hear his itinerary, Ian?
It's 4 days, is it?
Yeah. So Tuesday the 10th of October, the Oval, the Kia Oval, to Portsmouth, which is 149 kilometres, or what's that, about 120 miles in pounds, shillings and pence, isn't it? The route takes the riders through the wonderful scenery of the North and the South Downs. The route is rather hilly, but much of the afternoon is spent going downhill towards Portsmouth. If anyone's ever been down the A3, they'll know exactly what that means.
Here's Rees to continue from the pavilion end. And
So he is going to go from day 2 from Caen to Évreux. The ferry arrives early into Gloucestershire, where they will have breakfast, and then there's 3 stops along the way through the French countryside before dinner at a local restaurant in Évreux.
Charlesworth defends.
Day 3, here we go from Évreux to Paris, 124 kilometres. The final day's route includes a stop at the fabulous Palace of Versailles before heading into the Parisian suburbs and towards the Eiffel Tower. And day 4, he's going to travel home. The riding is over and they'll be taking time to take in the French capital before returning to the UK on the Eurostar. So, if you can,
I have seen the riders list somewhere, and I cannot now find it. Of course, it's always the way.
Yeah, I saw it as well, and I can't remember who it is. I think there's some like ex-players going with him. Was the name Steve James on there? He likes a cycle ride, doesn't he?
Well, Trescothick might be going as well. Racing into Charlesworth. And that's edged and taken at second slip. Madsen pouches the catch, and Charlesworth again gets to 30. That's his 3rd score of 30 or more in a row. But again, let's be fair, that's going quite a long way down the leg side. It straightens up, and Charlesworth has nicked it to second slip. And Rees has come on and got rid of both the openers in quite quick order.
Yeah, that was a really good delivery there. Lewis Rees, 2 for 10 now. Just rolling his fingers over the ball and cutting it about a little bit. And he is doing a job for his side here. 85 for 2. But have Derbyshire allowed Gloucestershire a little way to get ahead in the game early on?
Well, depends what you think the tactic is going to be from Gloucestershire's point of view. I mean, are they looking to get, can they look at getting 450 on a late season pitch here in Bristol?
I think that would be a big ask. I think Gloucestershire would probably settle for 300 here, and Derbyshire would want to keep them under 200.
So Ollie Price in at number 4. Good low chance from Madsen. He was doing some slip catching just as the players were coming out at 1 o'clock after the early lunch was taken. We had a rain delay here in Bristol this morning. We'd lost 13 overs on the day, but he's still got good hands, and that was a low chance, but he was absolutely up to it. And now with Ollie Price coming in, Derbyshire putting a 3rd slip in. And there's a right-hander out there for the first time now. So if Rees can keep with this full length, there's a chance of him possibly swinging one in, causing real LBW potential for Derbyshire. That's pushed across though. And Ollie Price underway straight away with a single to the right of Anush Dal, who's now back on the pitch.
Do you want to hear some scores from around the country? Shall I go through them?
I think that would be a good idea.
Yeah, okay, let's start off at Worcester, where England under 19 are playing Australia under 19. England won 7-4 in the first innings. The Aussies got 3-4-8, so England had quite a big deficit. They're 274 for 8, a lead of just 100. So who's got the runs there?
Rees in, and again Bracey defends.
Well, there was a very good opening partnership of 138 between Jaden Denley, who's a lad from Kent, part of the Denley dynasty there.
Nephew of Joe, I think.
Joe Denley. There's a load of brothers through Whitstable. Nick Denley was the old man. He was a good cricketer. And There's a load of them through Whitstable Cricket Club. Ben McKinney as well, he opened up with him. He's from Durham, the skipper. But the rest have just fallen away a little bit. Charlie Allison in that side. Noah Thane, he's at Essex. He's a decent up-and-coming player. But England will be wanting that tail to wag somewhat.
Only 100 in front.
Yeah, not enough, is it? Not enough.
2 wickets in hand.
Canterbury, Kent, 150 for 1 against Nottinghamshire. Daniel Bell-Drummond, he's got 27. Zach Crawley is a runner ball, 98 there. Ben Compton, the man out, bowled by Calvin Harrison for 18. There seems to be some delay here. What's all this about? What's happening here?
Well, I wonder if there's a small piece of grass maybe used to cover something on the outfield. And umpire Chantry, unless something has been spotted, and umpire Chantry has gone to throw it over the boundary rope.
Northants at Edgbaston, they are 71 for 2. Chris Rushworth getting one of the wickets there.
He's very close to 650 first class wickets, I think.
Oh, what a player, eh? What a player. Hassan Azad, one of the men out. Luke Proctor, another. Emilio Gay, his 42 not out. Karen Nair, 21. As Ollie Price defends that into the leg side. Alan Dalby has got the other one. Friend of yours, Ian, isn't he?
Yep. The follically challenged Oliver Hannon Dalby.
Middlesex, 85 for 6 at Old Trafford. Ollie Price reverse sweeps. Trademark, 4 runs. I mean, he's relentless, isn't he? Let's have a look at this. He plays it so well, and he plays it under his head. Gets his head into the right position, doesn't he? And he picks the length.
It's a slightly odd trajectory of arm for Thompson for me, because it's almost as if he would be bowling a leg break with that very open action, and that was so full.
Price
He played it almost on the volley, you could have said. If you're playing a tennis shot, you're playing it as a low volley, on the full, and then...
It's a hockey shot, isn't it?
Yeah,
I wonder if he's a good hockey player, Ollie, because it is a hockey shot.
And again.
And again, 4 runs. I mean, he just... Against spin, he's one of the finest players that I've seen on the circuit against spin.
I don't know how much Thompson spins it, but he's not being allowed to here.
No. Right, Middlesex. Oh, it's horrendous.
5 down for not very many.
6 down, 89 for 6. Stoneman, 0. Cracknell, 1. Davis, 4. Holden, first baller, Golden Duck. Simpson, 1. Higgins got 41. There's Price. Plays that one.
So 3 reverse sweeps to the off spinner in the first over he's faced from him.
Sam Robson is still grinding it out there at Old Trafford. He's 31. The men who've done the damage for Lancashire are Will Williams and Luke Wood, with Balderson and Bailey getting a wicket apiece. Williams and Wood, a pair of W's with 2 each. Let's play it out to mid-on. No run. Where else should we go next? Let's go to... Where should we go, Ian? Where in the country? Let's go to Cardiff. Yorkshire. 86 for none off 22 overs. Adam Lyeth, 45. Finley Beam, what a good season he's had. 37 not out. And where else are we?
How are Leicestershire getting on at home?
They've got Sussex 168 for 5. That's going to have quite a... Well, in fact, Sussex have made a little bit of recovery here because Leicestershire had them.
Restarts a new over. That's pleasantly driven down the ground by Bracey. That will probably go for 4. It's being chased and it won't be stopped by Laius Deploy. The boundary's in quite a long way actually at this pavilion end. It may have been because the ground obviously had quite a lot of rain on it early this morning. I wonder if they've, in terms of getting the moisture off the ground, they've needed some spare ground to effectively unload it from the blotters. It's quite surprising they've taken it off the straight boundary though rather than the square one. But
yeah, Sussex, I mean, they've all got in and they've all got out. They're Trinity of Toms at the top of the order, Sussex. Clark, Haynes and Alsop. You've got 15, 39 and 10. Pajara is out. He only got 26. He's a little bit out of form. He's only scored about 300 runs in the last month. Coles, he's got 49 out.
Reese in once again. Bracey up to Deploy once more. Throws left-handed, Laius Deploy, so you've got to be a little bit careful when taking singles to him. But he did actually run round the ball this time. Takes Gloucestershire up to 99 for 2. Both these two have 9 apiece, as you can see.
James Coles has had a very good year for youngster.
Yeah.
Had a very good breakthrough year. He's on 40, not out there at the moment, but he was very impressive here. We both like the look of him batting, bowling, fielding wise here, didn't we?
3 slips in for full toss for Ollie Price. He doesn't really profit as much as he might have done out of that.
Oh.
Thompson's throw is a bit wild too.
I think that's it, isn't it? Is there any more games? I'm just trying to have a look. Well, I mean, there's games.
It's getting close to the end of the club season too, isn't it? If you had a last game yesterday, maybe one more round. Promotions and relegations decided. Reese again to Ollie Price. Again, that's a bit straighter and Price gets well in line. Yeah, he has at the moment, Ollie Price, 577, including the 9 today, 577 championship runs. Last year he got 386. So, and he obviously has got a lot more runs in the one-day cup than he did last year as well. So hence why he is the leading run scorer for Gloucestershire if you aggregate the runs across all formats. Steered away again to the offside. Stopped in the end by Sam Connors in the hat. But from 23 overs, 99 for 2, when you've won the toss, that's probably I mean, they're going along at a very healthy rate.
Yeah.
And yes, I know the 2 openers have both gone, but they've kind of done their job to some degree.
Yeah, they certainly have.
It's now a question of whether the middle order can build on that.
Yep, they certainly have. Paolo's ice cream van's over there. Is it sort of, are you tempted today?
Well, yeah, it's getting near last opportunity of the season time,
yeah.
isn't it, you see?
Yeah, you feel like you have to sort of maximise your that sort of window of opportunity because you know that it's soon going to be January. Bracey drives nicely into the covers.
So
Harry came doing the fielding.
You couldn't say, could you, that Thompson doesn't give the ball a chance. He gives the ball a lot of air.
Yeah, I like it. He's got a little bit of loop. Gets it up and down. Driven, that's going to be the 100 up. Bracey moves into double figures. That comes up in the 25th over. So Gloucestershire rattling along over 4 and over. They'll be quite happy with this, won't they, Ian?
I would have thought they would be. Yeah, so we've lost 13 overs on the day, so we have a day of 83. They'd be looking to get, well, they'd be bat all day. They'll be up around 300 plus potentially.
Price defends.
But they'll need to give them a lot of air. Thompson, he doesn't bowl it very quickly either, so it's almost, dare I call it, old-fashioned off-spin?
Price nurdles that one around the corner. He's got a short leg in, but he gets that one finer than him. Short leg there, Matthew Lamb. Got the duties. Let's hope at short leg he's not a lamb to the slaughter. Or a sacrificial lamb.
He is Danny's brother, is he not? He's looking at me quizzically now.
No, Danny Lamb's from Preston, Matt Lamb's from Brummie, isn't he?
Yeah, so apologies mate for that. Bowled you a googly there.
Yeah. You don't get your lambs mixed up, do you? Especially, don't go buying New Zealand lamb when British farmers are producing theirs over here. That sort of stuff doesn't go down well. I actually said the people I stay with who were here last night, this guy called Mark Hill, who's a farmer.
Reese to start a new over from the pavilion, and again, that's quite floaty.
I did mention the words New Zealand lamb to him once, and he said, "Don't swear in this house."
Yeah, Thompson's bowled 3 overs for 12, and I think 2 of those have been reverse sweeps from Ollie Price. Reese has, as you can see, 2 for 16 in his spell, both the wickets.
I really enjoyed that New Zealand game here, by the way, the other week.
Yeah, it was. I think it. Some people, when they might have looked at the two relative sides, might have wondered if it was going to be much of a contest. But actually, it was more of a contest than appeared likely at the outset. And although New Zealand had a very comfortable win, they didn't start the T20 series against England very well and recovered it, and then had a good win at Cardiff the other day. Steered away by Bracey down to Pat Brown down at long leg.
Jerry Woolstonholme's been in touch, said, "Hi Dan and Ian, delighted he gave Lewis Reese a good mention. He's a lovely guy and a somewhat underrated player. He honed his game as an amateur at Blackpool Cricket Club when he was a first-rate opening bowler and a powerful opening batter." That's Stanley Park, isn't it, up at Blackpool?
So a friend of the captain then. Friend of the captain.
Skipper's mate. Buys him a nice Chinese on a Friday night. I'll come on to it after this ball from the skipper's mate.
Reese around the wicket to Ollie Price. And Price defends out on the offside.
He moves to the club when Lancashire wanted him to play a slightly higher standard so as to show his potential. He certainly did that, and Lancashire signed him. He played 24 games for the county, mainly as a batter, scoring 1126 runs without a century at 30.43. Bowling was underused and he bowled just over 50 overs and disappointed in taking only a couple of wickets. But when Lancashire released him, he went back into league cricket.
Reese again around the wicket, and Price again watchful.
Until Derbyshire decided to sign him, and he's blossomed at Derby with over 5,000 first-class runs and 140 wickets, with scoring 10 centuries. done well in one-day cricket, and occasionally, when he has no game, he's always willing to return to Blackpool as deputy professional. He was born in Taunton. Joe, don't swear on this programme, all right? You can't say Taunton on a Gloucestershire street. No, I'm joking. He's born in Taunton, but he's schooling up here in the northwest.
Reese in again. That's let go by Price outside the off stump. End of the over.
And Jerry is delighted that he's fulfilled his potential at Derbyshire. And as I write this, he's just taken the first wicket of the day. He's actually taken 2 now, Jerry. So thanks for your email, pal. Good to hear from you. And keep them coming in.
And Stubbo says, is Jack Taylor no longer considered for red ball? ? He was in great form recently and still has lots to offer. Well, Jack got 347 runs with a couple of hundreds, of course, in the one-day cup. But red ball wise, this season, he's played 5 games. His average is 20. And he wasn't in the squad for this match.
No.
I think the question for me, Stubbo, apologies for the rather friendly term, would be...
he signed himself off as Stubbo. You're allowed to call him Stubbo.
Yeah, would be... Most of the batsmen are fit at the moment. So it is quite a congested area of the side to try and get in, as Joe Phillips is finding out.
Yeah, I also think that Jack's... Oh, that's reverse swept there. Ollie Price, no one's stopping that one. So you got that one, and took that one earlier there.
How long will it be before Deploy actually says, I can't just keep giving you boundaries to reverse sweeps? He's done that 3 times off Thompson already.
That could be the chat that's going on now. I don't know, I think Jack Taylor, going back to that Stubbo, sorry to be so colloquial again, I think his other half, Becky, I think he's due to give birth any time right now as well. So I don't know if anything's going on there. I don't know. But, Jack is... I'm a massive Jack Taylor fan. Huge Jack Taylor fan. Thompson around the wicket now. Ollie Price.
Are you a big Jack Taylor fan as you are an Ollie Price fan? That's the question.
Yeah, Jack Taylor supports Spurs. That goes against him. There's Liverpool fan Ollie Price using his feet. Smashing that one over mid-off for 4 runs. I'm a big Ollie Price fan. Big Ollie. You're a big Ollie Price fan, aren't you?
I am, and I think
I'm a big fan of both the Prices.
It's interesting to me, though, that Tom is... Obviously, of the 2 of them, Tom is the older.
Yeah.
He would have had a breakthrough year last year. Has not perhaps hit the same heights this year. And we know he's had some injury niggles. But Ollie has kind of answered a problem for the team by becoming the right-hander in the top order.
Ooh. Crowd catch there. Ollie Price smashes that.
Because there was a point in the season where it felt as if everybody batting in the top 5 was a left-hander, and particularly when Harris was here, and there was a desire: can we get a right-hander in there?
Yeah.
And ultimately, perhaps some people in the club weren't sure who that was going to be, whether it's going to be an external player or somebody from within the squad. And Ollie Price has said, "Hi, that's a job I can do."
Yeah, I think you have to mix it up, and I think now with Ollie Price, Graham Van Buren, Harry Tector, when he's around, starts becoming more right-handers. I don't think Gloucestershire can have a plethora of left-handers. 2 for 17
for Reese in 5 overs. I'm going to see Anuj Dal for the second time.
Yep, 112 for 2 after 27 overs here at the Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol.
Reese did a good job. 2 wickets. Dan, he's had a hard week. He's surviving on cough sweets and chocolate at the moment, which may not be the ideal mix, to be fair. But he's just about doing it. So Dahl back for a second stint at the pavilion end. Around the wicket and worked away by Bracey for I say for one, they'll just about scamper through. It was a tightish call, but they got there. If you've joined us since play resumed at 1 o'clock, we had 7 overs from 10:30 this morning, then a thunderstorm, an early lunch, and then since that, Gloucestershire have lost the 2 openers in successive overs from Lewis Rees. First of all, Dent caught behind for 41, and then in Rees's next over, Charlesworth caught at second slip by Madsen for 30. Wickets falling at 80 and 85. Gloucestershire now 113 for 2. And again, there's that short, straight cover now with Matthew Lamb in there in the sun hat. Does indicate, Dan, there's very little pace in this pitch. Very little pace.
Yeah, it certainly is. Just looking at Lewis Rees here, he's played chess at national level.
Good tactician, obviously, then. Was he in the chess club at school, do you think?
I was.
Dahl with 2 slips. And Price just pushes that out to the sun-hatted Lamb. He's probably, how far was he from the bat there? 12 yards, maybe.
Yeah.
He's got the lightweight shin guards on underneath his trousers. And now Brooke Guest is going to stand up to Ollie Price, or to Anish Dahl effectively, but with Price batting. Steered away on the offside, no run. I saw a piece with Joe Leach the other day. Leach is getting close to 50 first-class wickets again this season. I know that we've described him as various things. Barrel-chested will be one of them, but he's taken over 400 first-class wickets, and you don't do that unless you know what you're doing. And he could again, as Price defends, be part of a Worcestershire promotion team this season. I know it's been a yo-yo existence for Worcestershire between Division 1 and Division 2, but they keep, when they come down, they keep having another go and proving, as again Price defends, proving that they're probably an annoying team for their supporters. They're certainly very competitive at Division 2, but they're not quite consistent enough to get into Division 1 and hang around and stay there.
Well, I think for a couple of years there were all sorts of problems, weren't there, Worcestershire? You know, you had the scandal with saw the departures of Clark and Kohler Cab
and the other thing I would say, obviously this year, is that they've got a rookie coach.
Yeah, brand new coaching.
Alan Richardson
and Kadir Ali
had been a bowling coach before, but not a head coach.
Kadir Ali's come in as well. I thought they were really good at Cheltenham. Worcestershire, I thought they were aggressive.
So Sam Connors is coming back. So Thompson 4 overs for 21. Linus Deploy's had enough of that. He wants to get his strike bowler back involved again. The one thing we did wonder about on that third day was why they didn't declare on the third evening and have a bowl, but ultimately they proved they got it right.
Yeah, they did. They just about got home with, a couple of overs to spare, was it?
I think we were into the last hour, definitely into the last hour, and they took the last wicket.
Is Connors going to come in around the wicket? Bracey drives out to mid-on.
That was the instant where Pennington and Jack Taylor had a little some pleasantries. You would not think here we are, 2:30. That at 12 o'clock today it was so dark with the thunder around.
Full. As Bracey digs that one out, goes out to mid-off.
Obviously, because of the rain earlier, we'll be playing through until 6 o'clock today. So if you're looking to plan the rest of your day, cricket will be lasting a little bit longer than perhaps you budgeted for. No Mother's Evensong service is at 6 o'clock tonight, so may have to miss a bit of the cricket.
Ooh. Again full. Again Bracey digs out. Sorry, what's happening?
Well, Evensong is at 6, you see.
Okay.
Some Evensongs are at 6:30, but for the 6 o'clockers tonight, you might need to miss half an hour's cricket. Well, I'll tell you, I was just on that theme, and I know that, you know, we do.
And it's Michaelmas, isn't it? I believe it's Michaelmas weekend.
So, Mother and I were at an induction service at Tewkesbury Abbey on Thursday night.
Oh, very nice.
For the new vicar.
Okay. Yes. Connors just straying onto Bracey's leg stump and whips him out to Zach Chappelle out at deep backward square.
And the reason we were there was because the new vicar at Tewkesbury is moving from Mother's Church after 11 years, which is a long time in one place. And during his time, they have gone through a big, what they know as a reordering process. £2.5 million worth of work spent on the church. Awful lot of money. Money coming from various pots, as you might imagine.
Price just rocks onto the front foot and defends Connors out to mid-off.
But it was done in the...
How much they spend on it?
£2.5 million.
Wow.
So a lot of work internally, all the pews taken out, all the floor completely redone, and it was done actually by a specialist builder from Bristol, as I understand it.
Okay. Price just pushes that one out into covers. Tell you where it does need some...
And the craftsmanship on that job, absolutely excellent.
Ooh, England 13 for 3 at Southampton. Yeah, I'll tell you where it does need a few quid spent on it, and it's Gloucestershire related, is Tintern Abbey. I think it's actually over the Welsh border, isn't it, Tintern Abbey? Or is it? Is it technically in Gloucestershire? It's very, very close. It's in the Forest of Dean,
yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah.
But they need to spend a few quid, because if it's that good a tourist attraction, they need to stick a roof on it, don't they?
So Bolt has 3 for 3 at the moment.
Wow.
Bairstow, Root and Stokes all out. Anyway, so a lot of this reordering was done, a lot of the work was done in the period immediately after COVID and under COVID. Dahl in from the pavilion end on Chapel, can't quite reach a flailing drive from Bracey. It goes over his head and away for 4. He's a tall man, Zach Chappell. You heard the cry of catch it. And this is the shot that Bracey played. It was certainly wide enough. And you can see Dahl's expectation of a catch with that jump in the air. But it's gone over Chappell's head and away for 4. Anyway, the view was, and I think probably quite rightly, is when you've gone through a process like that, you probably feel your job at that particular phase of your life is done, and I think it'll be a promotion for the Reverend Davis, and therefore he has gone to Tewkesbury. And there were probably 400 people in Tewkesbury Abbey on Thursday night at 7:30. So
Tewkesbury's right on the Worcestershire border, isn't it?
No.
Isn't it not?
No, not really. No,
I thought it was.
Yeah, not right on the Worcestershire border. Dumbleton's right on the Worcestershire border. There's no Abbey in Dumbleton, mind you. Clear, pushed away by Bracey into the offside. It was something of a point of order, if you like, at the London Olympics when one of the top British rowers was a gentleman called Alex Gregory.
Okay.
And he was from a village called Wormington, which is literally just the Gloucestershire side of the Gloucestershire-Worcestershire border. Again, Bracey right in behind it. And Gloucestershire were very keen to claim that he was a Gloucestershire boy and not a Worcestershire boy.
Yeah. He was a glorious Gloucester.
He was, and he was a gold medalist too. It was amazing that.
If he'd have got silver, the Worcestershire could have had him.
Yeah.
It's almost like Andy Murray, isn't it?
Dahl around the wicket. Steered off the outside of the bat by Bracey. Had to.
It's always like Andy Murray, isn't it? When he
Backward
wins,
point.
it's amazing Brit Murray through to the next round. When he loses, it's that Scottish idiot Murray. He's gone out of Wimbledon again.
Very strange that, in a way, quite a few, as you might imagine, of the British rowing team at London and at Olympics either side were at clubs based on the Thames. Fair enough.
Right.
Again, Bracey steers that to Connors at backward point. There is no run. End of Dahl's over. Derbyshire, having been asked to bowl when Gloucestershire won the toss, because Gloucestershire decided they were going to have a bat first. I've just got the 2 wickets, both to Lewis Rees, openers Charlesworth and Dent, for 30 and 41 respectively. But these two now in the teens.
So what are the big rowing clubs then? Molesey.
Leander.
Yeah.
For example.
Is that Henley?
No, that's further. Leander is further in, but in those clubs were a man from Wormington in Gloucestershire, a man from Nailsworth, Peter Reid, who, if you know your Olympics, you'll know that since then that Reid was in the Navy when he was.
I remember when he played midfield for Everton.
Yeah.
That's just a little bit of shape away there from Connors, left alone by Ollie Price.
Pete Reid is now in a wheelchair, very sadly. He's had a back issue, which has basically taken him from being, a world champion, double Olympic gold medalist, to being in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. So, and we also had from Tewkesbury.
Ollie Price drives. They think about one there. It's a good stop though at mid-off. I think that's Lewis Deploy there, the skipper, isn't it?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, in the hat. So Gregory and Reid were always in the men's 4, and Zach Purchase from Tewkesbury was in the I want to say the double sculls. Do I mean that? He was in a 2.
I know nothing about rowing.
Yeah.
Price drives into that vacant gap there. He's going to get just the 1. I don't know anything about rowing.
But all very, very, grounded people, as you tend to find with Olympic sports.
There's a lot of rowing up there though, isn't there? North Gloucestershire is like on the 7. Places like Ross on Wye, I think, are strong. Well, it's on the Wye, but obviously,
that's in Herefordshire, obviously.
Yeah, but that sort of that neck of the woods, Worcestershire, Herefordshire, Gloucestershire, the 7, the Wye. There's a lot of sort of rowing clubs up there. And the 7 Bore is that neck of the woods as well.
7 Bore is towards the forest.
Yeah. And as we mentioned earlier, it's not one of those gentlemen with an anorak doing the scoring in front of the pavilion at New Road.
I was trying to think of Zach Purchase's.
Down the leg side. Good stop by Brooke. Guest.
Who he rowed with. And the answer was a gentleman called Mark Hundrey, but rowed in the doubles. It was a partnership that delivered over a series of World Championships and Olympic Games.
What was it?
So he won the bronze in the World Championships in 2007. He won all 3 races in the World Cup Series in 2008. And I think,
Left alone by Bracey.
from memory, he got a 2008 Olympic gold, and 2012 he won a silver. So, hey, not too shabby, you know.
Where was 2008 Olympics? Rio, was it?
Beijing,
Ah, yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Yes, England 28 for 3 in the 8th at the Ageas Bowl.
So who's out?
I'll tell you in a sec. Anish Dahl, to Price, who defends it. I kind of might imagine, I suppose, that Derbyshire have sparingly used the more expensive bowlers today. So Bairstow for 6, Brooke for 2, and Stokes for 1. In fact, Root's out now, they're 4 down, 28 for 4.
Oh, dearie me. It's not boding well for the World Cup, is it?
Pushed out by Ollie Price once more into the offside, fielded by Thompson.
Because New Zealand, England stuffed them in the first 2 games of the T20, and I was thinking, I'd like to see some closer games of cricket. But we haven't got those closer games of cricket because New Zealand have turned the corner and absolutely wiping the floor with England at the moment. So, I don't know. It's
Dahl's in his 8th over. And he'll concede runs here. That's steered away by Ollie Price. They'll take 2. In fact, the throw is on its way, but it's a bit of an off-balance one. And the fielder going back towards the boundary at deep point. So Ollie Price into the 20s.
Yeah, Moeen Ali's just gone to the wicket. A man from Birmingham, which is near the Worcestershire border of Gloucestershire.
Can't ski in that part of the world, though. Here's Dahl again. And again, they'll take 1.
Can you ski on the Worcestershire-Gloucestershire border?
No, you can only ski in the snow dome at Tamworth. That's in Staffordshire, by the way.
Right. Or Milton Keynes, I believe, is a ski thing. Harlow used to have one.
Yeah, there is a dry ski. There's a dry ski slope about. How far from my house would that be? 15 minutes.
Okay. Ian, I heard you swear the other day. I've never heard you swear in all my time working with you.
Dahl into Bracey. Ooh, I'd say that was tossed up. It was certainly pitched up.
Right, I'm going to tell the story for the listeners at home.
So what was that to do with?
I was on the phone to you on, I think it was
I
Wednesday.
Know.
And Ian had,
you can understand why, can't you now?
Ian had gone to put his car in for a service, which is fair enough. And he had then, obviously the car was going to take about 5 or 6 hours to be serviced.
Dahl in once more and steered away by Bracey as a chase. And, we're doing a skew flow from Pat Brown so they can come back for a couple.
So Ian had gone, put his car in for a service, and he was going to take 2 buses back, but he got 1 bus and decided to walk for half an hour. So obviously this garage is not that close to where he lives, which is A, the schoolboy error, and B, for a man of Ian's experience, probably not the greatest idea. Anyway, there must be a good garage because Ian's used them for years. But he's finally got to his front door and realised...
He hasn't got that far.
He hasn't even got that far. Realised that he's left his house keys in his car. And I heard him say the B word. And I've never, ever heard you swear, ever in my life. Driven, but with no timing there from Bracey. No ball as well. Signalled by Chandri.
So I think I was actually to complete this tale, wasn't I? So I think I spoke to Dan at around about 11 o'clock, maybe a little after that. 11 o'clock maybe? Yeah. And the car wasn't going to be ready till 5. It's a baking hot day and I haven't got the keys.
Bracey drives up to mid-on.
Moreover, a good friend of mine was meant to be calling at my house to pick something up, which he'd left with me and was taking back. Now, the fortunate thing was this thing was of relatively low value, so I'd left it in the porch so that he could at least get at it, which was fine. So I'm walking to within fairly close proximity of home.
Nice shot from Bracey, but can only find extra cover.
And I think, right, what am I going to do? I will check whether this friend, we'll call him Andrew, has called at my house to pick this item up, you see.
Is his real name Andrew, or is this for sort of artistic licence?
And I rang him. He said, "Oh, I'm in town. I'm in the car. I'll be with you in 10 minutes."
Right. Defended from Bracey, from Connors.
So I said, "Oh, that's fine. You can pick it up because it's in the porch." I said, "What are you doing after that?" Oh, he said, "I'm going home till I go and pick up the granddaughter from school." I thought, "Oh." Because he lives about 20 minutes walk from my house. I like more walking, but hey, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I explained the situation, and he said, "Oh no." He said, "You can come back and sit in the garden."
Yeah. Connors comes in. That's a lovely shot from James Bracey. He's going to get 3 at least for that. Yeah. Deploy. Just pulls that up inside the rope.
So not only that, he made his own way home. I walked further to his house in blazing heat, sat in his garden for 2 hours, and then when he goes to pick up the granddaughter, that is towards where my car is being serviced. So he very kindly drops me off en route, with me not knowing how long or late into the day it will be that I'll have to wait.
Connors over the wicket here to Ollie Price, defends watchfully and just pushes the ball back to Liz Deploy.
And it was very fortunate because I said I would pick up the car sometime after 5. I got there at 2:30 and I drove it out of the garage at 3:15. So actually, all in all, from a very bad mistake by me, not a terrible day.
Driven by Price, straight, no run. 33 overs gone, 128 for 2. Ollie Price on 22, James Bracey's on 23.
Had a handy stand these two have put together. 43 so far for the 3rd wicket.
We've had a lovely Victorious sponge brought into us by the delightful lady Callie Barlow. Callie has links to both counties. She is the widow of the late Eddie Barlow, who served Derbyshire with such distinction as an overseas player. And then she is also on the committee. Is she on the committee at Gloucestershire?
I don't believe so.
No. But lives in Cheltenham, and so she's got...
And let's just say, because of her connections with both teams, she is very well connected on the county circuit generally, I think.
Well, she's a lovely lady. I always found her a really good company. And, yep, she's good fun. Derbyshire have had some wonderful overseas, haven't they, over the years? Peter Kirsten, what a run machine he was. John Wright, good overseas. Oh, that's Castle Bracey. That's a good seed from MATCHDAY. Angled in, moves away, takes the top of off.
There's not a lot you can do about those.
No, that's a good delivery.
So perhaps it is a pitch where you get in, but going on with to get a big score isn't that easy.
No.
But yeah, Bracey's somebody else who could, aside from his 224, and that will be the standout memory for him this season here. Championship runs have been a bit sketchy, and he could do with a big score between now and the end of the season. Now, I wonder if this is Miles Hammond. I think. Why has he got a plain shirt on?
You don't like that, do you?
Well, at least it's plain. At least it isn't somebody else's. But he must be in the wash. It's the only excuse I can possibly come up with. He's packed the wrong one in his bag. Yeah, James here, who does our cameras, has just made the point that Hammond wouldn't have far to go to get the right one, would he? But here he is. Yes, I'm pleased that Zach on the PA has said number 88, Miles Hammond, which is of course his squad number, but today it's a plain shirt.
Yeah, half an hour to the tee.
Derbyshire right back in, not say right back in this, they're not out of it, having got the 3 wickets that they have. I mean, if they were to get one more quite quickly, they might even say they were on top. Dial in, and that's that's not a bad seed first up for Miles Hammond. Also, we're replacing one left-hander with another here.
Yeah, he's bowling well here. I mean, Bracey, I mean, when it's angled in like that and takes the top of off, it is, you know, the sort of stereotypical seed of doom, isn't it? Not a lot you can do about them sometimes.
Hammond, it's about out of the way this time.
I think.
You said 300 would be a good score on this, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm not sure this is a plum batting track, and I think this is going to get a little bit more sporting as the game goes on.
I'm never against that.
No, I quite like sporting wickets.
You know, 600 plays 600 is not
No,
a good contest.
I would rather wickets were slightly bowler friendly than batter friendly, without a doubt. It makes for far more exciting cricket.
Well, let's just...
I mean, you want an even contest, but
Yeah.
I still think that you want something slightly more in favour of the bowler to make cricket an interesting game.
So, I'll just pick you up on... Not pick you up, but pick that up with something I saw as draws a steered edge from Hammond for 4 down to third man. Moral victory for the bowler, I'd suggest.
Dahl bowling really well. That's a really good over there.
Watt puts his hands over his eyes there. That was close to another one, possible an edge to Madsen. I saw a suggestion, and this was, I suppose, in the wake of New Zealand's win at Cardiff the other day in the first of the ODIs, about could you go back to playing 50 over cricket with a red ball?
Yeah.
Interesting thought.
Yeah. I quite like that. I love 50 over cricket. I think 50 over cricket is I think it's my favourite form of cricket, actually. I like County Championship. Here's Connors. Price drives, going to get one. I mean, County Championship's great, isn't it? But we do see a lot of sides scared to lose, perhaps, in County Championship cricket, so aren't as forthright or aren't as funky with their declarations, perhaps. But I think 50 over cricket, and also because Gloucestershire have been quite good at it in the last 2 years as well, I think it's a lot more fun to commentate on when you work for Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. Connors is going to go around the wicket here. Ooh. Three slips in for Hammond. Came. Madsen and Watt.
He knew he wasn't going to have to bowl for a while. Not probably had a good lunch today, didn't he? Do you think?
Yeah. Full. Going to be a leg by.
Just a bit. We've seen some wayward stuff from Pat Brown today, and if you are joining us from Derbyshire, you know that may be something that that's one of the main work-ons for him, having decided to take him from Worcestershire on I think, was it a 3-year deal? I think I saw. You know, he's clearly got ability. He can bowl quite quickly. He's got the good slower ball, particularly in white ball cricket. But I suppose, you know, every player has, you know, good points and faults, and with Connors' extra pace, sometimes you get a bit of waywardness.
Here is Connors inside at thick edge from Ollie Price. Might get 2 for his troubles. Yes, he will. He moves on to 25 off 38 balls.
And, you know, Gloucestershire wouldn't have in Singdale and Actor are the 2 younger quick bowlers who are coming through the system, and they are probably faster than Tom Price, for example. But you do get a bit of inaccuracy with them, don't you, on occasion?
Yeah, you do. Oh, that's stunning. Ollie Price, 4 runs from the moment it left the bat.
Gun barrel straight. Not a half volley, that.
No.
Good length, yes, but dealt with in short order. Just played straight down the ground. I wonder how much. I'm sure that there are people in the wheels of England who at least have seen a little bit of Ollie Price this year. I hope they've seen enough of him.
Well, let's hope the selectors.
That's all I would say.
So the selectors are having a look at him. You know, I want to discuss fashion with you.
Probably picking the wrong person then.
No, let's talk fashion. Oh, that's a nice shot as well. I think Connors might have got a fingertip on that. So they're going to come back and just get 2.
So Price into the 30s now.
Derbyshire have got a strange shaped cap, haven't they? It's not like most other counties. Northamptonshire have got the sort of similar thing. It must be like an East Midlands thing. It's more like a sort of a puffy cap, isn't it? Like a Eastern European transport worker perhaps would wear back in the communist days of the early 20th century. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
Ah.
So in what way do you... Is it the shape of the peak?
I'm going to have a look. I'm going to have a look.
So George Scrimshaw coming back onto the field for... Is that Lamb who's going? No, Lamb is still out there. So one of the players is heading to the dressing room. Not sure who that is, but anyway, Scrimshaw's come back on as 12th man, and here is Dahl to continue from the pavilion end.
Let's see if Jimmer can get a close-up one to maybe Brooke Guest or...
Reese is down here at mid-on for the left-hander. Are you saying it's wider at the back, are you?
No.
Dahl around the wicket. Again defends up to mid-on.
There is a touch of the Peaky Blinders about it, yeah. If you can hear a conversation going on between two of the members downstairs, then I do apologise. I can certainly hear it. It's not a very interesting one either.
Hammond on 4. Defends on the bounce back to Anush Dahl. Certainly produced a good one to get rid of James Bracey. I mean, Graham van Buren will bat at, one assumes, number 6 he'd come in next, then Zafika Hart, Ed Middleton on his debut, first team debut in the championship, Josh Shaw, Dom Goodman and Luke Charlesworth. Dahl again. Just pushed out by Hammond to Matthew Lamb.
So, once the floodlights go on, they have to stay on, don't they?
They do.
For the rest of the game. Is that right? Or the rest of the innings?
For the rest of, I think for the rest of the day.
Right. Because otherwise the electricity bill would go through the roof.
Steered from around his front pad by Hammond down to Pat Brown. I think it was that Scrimshaw. Oh, there's Brown down there. 143.43. So steady stuff from Gloucestershire. They're still going at a good rate.
England have lost another wicket. 55-45. Butler, the man to go.
Bolt 4 overs, 3 for 17 in his opening spell. It's going to make a bit of a difference. Ollie Price, Guest is standing up with Dahl bowling over the wicket. Price defends. Just looking at his sort of strike rate at the moment. Ollie Price, 31 from 41, I think. There we are. And as you can see, a series of starts, but someone's got to pick that up. Now then, Dahl is going off the field, and Zach Chappell back on again. So I wonder if that's the end of his spell. He's bowled 2 spells of 5 overs, so that's probably about it. And we're going to have Reese from the far end for the first time. All 3 wickets so far today taken from this pavilion end.
I was wondering what's happening there. Reese ran in as if he was about to bowl that. Miles Hammond just didn't look quite ready, did he? And he wasn't.
So Dahl 10 overs, 1 for 26, as you can see. His last 5 overs, 1 for 14.
Reese to Hammond, who defends that. 20 minutes to tea.
Not seen Mark Watt yet. There's no left armour. Some gentle spin from Thompson. Funny, Reese's action, you're watching him from behind the bowler's arm. We're watching him from front on. It's not very pretty front on, is it? It's a bit sort
A little bit open.
Yeah, very open. It's a bit, dare I say, it's a bit George Gartnesque actually, front on.
This is the way they're taught to bowl these days, though, aren't they? With, the tent pegs, etc.
The tent pegs?
Yeah, you've got the 4 tent pegs when you bowl. So you've got the... Oh, I'll Google it.
So, as in the 2 stumps is in the 2 stumps, then presumably an outside peg for each?
No, it's the sort of area where you are in cricket. It's from the coaching manual, the 4 tent pegs. It's an Ian Pont thing back in the day. So tent peg 1 is the back foot position. Tent peg 2 is the front foot landing. Tent peg 3 is the delivery. Tent peg 4 is the follow through. Defended there by Hammond.
I mean, however it looks for Reese, it's got to be comfortable for him, isn't it? Because it's the same with everybody.
Yeah, I think some of the best bowlers over the years have had the most unusual actions. I mean, Mike Proctor, Jeff Thompson, people like that have had actions that would no doubt in this day and age be drummed out of them by the powers that be, the coaches, and sometimes you just got to let people do what's comfortable for them. That's cut away by Miles Hammond. That was short and wide from Lewis Rees, and he allows Hammond to score his second boundary.
Yes, having had the rain and stoppage this morning, the afternoon and evening sessions are both 2 hours and 20 minutes, so these two could get to tea and then pick up again afterwards. I still think it's possible Gloucestershire could get to 300 by tonight.
Yeah,
but they need to bat pretty well to do that, but the ball is 37 overs old now, so it's going to be getting a bit softer. The shine will be going. So
it's very hot in here, isn't it, in this room today?
Are we going to see
the
Mark?
Aircon on.
I think we are going to see Mark Watt for the first time. So left arm spin from this pavilion end. As Dan said, he was pretty expensive at Cheltenham, but he bowled very well for Derbyshire in the championship match at Chesterfield.
We have a cake. We have 2 cakes, actually.
You have a cake problem.
We've got double cake.
Which to choose?
We've got double cake here. So, this is the effort. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Here is Watt. His first delivery. He appeals for an LBW against Ollie Price. Not given.
So, this is the lovely effort here by Callie Barlow. It was brought to us. There we go. Look at that. Look at that lovely victorious sponge. Ian Randall's licking his lips.
Watt in again and swept by Ollie Price. There is a man at deep square, and George Scrimshaw.
And then we have this naughty little number, Ian Randall's rascal cake. If we have a look at all the goodness in there, all those fruity raisins. What are you going to go for, Ian? Rascal cake or
We'll see.
Should we have one of each? Should we be gluttonous?
Have a piece of each. Not sure that's allowed.
Yeah, of course it's allowed.
So now Watt's got a left-hander to bowl at, which he may prefer. But he's making several changes to the field for Hammond, who, as we know, likes to attack the spinner. Outside the off stump.
Yeah, will he attack him though with 13 minutes to tea? Would you attack him in? You never know what Miles Hammond's going to do though. That's the good thing about him. He's unpredictable.
Slip on a short leg. What? Fizzes that through. I mean, it's a lot flatter. He's not as tall as Thompson, but it's quite a fizzy sort of delivery for the Scotland white ball international. That's pitched up. And Hammond goes back. He's got a backward point, a cover, a short extra and a mid-off, leaving a gap for Hammond to hit over the top if he wants. Mid-on is also up. Again, it's too short really from Watt. But you can say that Derbyshire will get through their overs pretty quickly if he's bowling, because he's got a very short approach to the wicket. And it's still hard to believe that he's out there in what looks like a short sleeve sweater. It doesn't look like the day for that.
No.
So the two left armers for Derbyshire, they may see them through until tea. Reese to continue from the Ashley Down Road end. Remember the men out all have got starts. Charlesworth for 30, Dent for 41 and Bracey for 23. His delivery in particular was a good one from Anuj Dal.
Reese over the wicket here to Ollie Price, who just looks like he's got so much time now, doesn't he? Doesn't look sort of uncomfortable in any way. He just looks like, just know he's setting his stall out for a big one. I'm not saying he's going to get one, because you could get, you could get a seed like James Bracey got perhaps, but he just looks like he's in the mood. Got the glint in his eye. So that's defended back to Reese.
And what I think we noticed from his time when he batted at the festival and also after that in the One Day Cup, he is very calm at the crease.
Yeah, he's a very calm individual, full stop though, isn't he, Ollie Price? He's very mature lad. A bit like myself really, you know what I mean? Reese Price goes quite a way across his stumps, tries to work that one leg side.
I think there was a call of something from Miles Hammond at the other end, and Price just put his hand up to acknowledge it. I'm going to put Lamb across into the leg side here for Price. Yes, they're going to switch the catcher at short cover to short mid wicket.
Reese slants that one across Price, who can only get the inside half of the bat on it, and it goes out to Zach Chappelle at mid-on.
He was fielding in dark glasses earlier on.
Who's Chappell?
Yeah, he still is actually.
Yeah, he is, yeah. defended to mid-off.
I'm sure there are some days, and you find this when you're umpiring in the league that you umpire in on a Saturday. They can be quite glary, can't they? The sunshine can be quite glary on occasions.
Yeah, I mean, often you do it even on cloudy days just to sort of just protect your eyes a little bit as well, you know. Driven by Price out to mid-off, no run. Yeah, Chapel looks like... Do you remember Viz magazine, Ian? And they used to have Billy the Fish. And in Billy the Fish, there were all sorts of celebrities who played for his football team, like Shakin' Stevens or Mick Hucknall from Simply Red or Robert Runcie, the Archbishop of Canterbury. But he also had this blind man called Rex Stevens, I think his name was. And he had a guide dog who would bark and tell Rex Stevens where the ball was. And then he would get an overhead kick and smash it into the top corner.
I wasn't a regular subscriber. You won't be surprised. Here is Watt into Hammond, who goes back and defends. Dan said tea is at 3:20, so Derbyshire, they won't quite get down to 40 overs after tea, but they'll be quite close. Watt in again. Oh, that does turn, but from quite wide. Have to bring that line into probably fourth stump. Is really going to have any impact from there. Literally trots in, and the reverse sweep not timed as well by Hammond as it is by Ollie Price.
No, Hammond lost all his shape there. He tried to smash that so hard. I know he does hit it hard when we've seen him reverse sweep sixes, haven't we? But he lost all his shape there.
So, what again? He goes orthodox and goes back and defends. I mean, the thing with Ollie Price's reverse sweeps is that he tends to not hit them really hard. It's all about the timing. It's almost a paddle rather than anything else.
Yeah.
It's not a hit in that sense. Hammond again waits for the burly figure of Watt. He picks the gap this time. That's a much more orthodox shot, and he's got that away in front of square and to the man stand boundary for 4. Good shot. Gloucestershire up beyond 150. 152 for 3. And Hammond in double figures. Still just the one slip. But Lewis Deploy still keeping effectively a split field for Watt as Hammond defends. So we've got, by my watch, about 5 minutes to tea. So it's probably 2 overs, you would think, if Rees is going to bowl from the Ashley Down Road end, which he is, and then Watt would bowl us through to the interval. Gloucestershire, I think, 152 for 3, having won the toss. It's probably 60-40 to them at this stage.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think Gloucestershire will be pretty happy with this start.
Does it look like a wicket where we're going to get 4 or 5 tumbling in a hurry? Possibly not.
Not yet, but I think it might disintegrate. Oh, Ollie Price thick outside edge there. He's going to get 4 runs, but moral victory to Lewis Rees.
Was this all the way along the ground? To be fair, it was. So Price would have felt there wasn't much risk in playing that. It was wide enough, and Rest is going to come and stand up as Reese is going to come round the wicket now to Price.
Defended out to mid-off. England 73 for 5. What a miserable looking card. Bairstow 6, Brook 2, Root 0, Stokes 1, Butler 30. Livingston and Alley looking to rebuild for England. But you don't want to be watching that. You want to be watching Gloucestershire versus Derbyshire here from the Seat Unique as Reese comes in to Ollie Price.
Should say that is a 34 overs per side match now, by the way, so there are 18 overs to go.
Some horrendous shots here, actually, by England. Oh, dearie me. Butler has just chopped on Santner. The look on Santner's face of just like, that wasn't a good delivery, but I've got a wicket, and he looks like he's going out of jail.
Give you the county scores. Obviously the rest of the matches will be going to tea at 3:10, so when we get to our own tea, we'll try and give you the scores from elsewhere.
Played up to Chapel at mid-on.
I suppose that
No run.
the two particular scores that are of relevance are the games involving Leicestershire, who are trying to push for promotion out of Division 2, and Yorkshire, who are trying to get off the bottom of the table despite their points deduction.
Yeah, I mean, Division 2 is where it's at, isn't it, Ian? Because Surrey have more or less won Division 1. Durham have more or less won Division 2. As that's worked into the onside there. Price is just going to pick up one. So we've got at the bottom of Division 1, it looks like Kent and Northants are going to come down. So that's almost done. So really, the only thing left to play for, apart from which of these sides is going to get off the mark with a win, is who's going to come second in Division 2.
Yes, this probably is going to be the last over before tea.
Yeah, 41 bowl, 157 for 3. Ollie Price 37. Miles Hammond on 13.
Yorkshire will be pretty happy with what's happened at Cardiff. They had a delayed start there, but Yorkshire are batting. Can Ollie Price see off Mark Watt through till tea here? He's gone for a little scoop paddle, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. It's a bold shot to play, but he's not played that with any force at all. He's just all about shot selection.
What a shot. I mean, impish cheekiness.
And that says to Mark Watt, I don't see a huge amount of danger facing
No,
you.
absolutely
that's
not.
what Ollie Price has basically said there. What's Watt's response going to be? Tosses one up. A big appeal for an LBW, but not out.
It's going down, wasn't it?
What this season, 13 wickets at 27, but I think he took a lot of those at Chesterfield in the match against Yorkshire. I need to check exactly how many. Pushed out by Price into the offside. It's only his 5th championship match of the summer, actually, so he's not played a huge amount.
Yeah, as I said, he got a little bit of tap, didn't he, up at Cheltenham?
Tossed up and steered into the leg side by Ollie Price out to Anoush Dahl, who's back on the field. 161 for 3 in 42 overs, so it will be just about effectively halfway in the day when we get to the break. Well, the Derbyshire will be able to bowl 42 overs in 2 hours and 20 minutes. I doubt. And then it will be dependent upon the light at that stage. But it's much brighter now than it was even late this morning. Price goes back and picks the one to go back to. Sees Watt off and heads for the pavilion. So Price has 41. Hammond has 13. Gloucestershire 61 for 3. 2 wickets for Lewis Rees in his first spell. Dent caught behind for 41. Charlesworth caught at second slip Madsen for 30, and then Anush Dal also from the pavilion end bowled James Bracey with a beauty. To be fair, Bracey out for 23, but these two have taken the score from 128 for 3 to 161 for 3. Hammond has 13. The wicket takers for Derbyshire, Rees 2 for 26 from 8, and Dahl 1 for 26 from 10. Elsewhere then in those other 2 matches, Yorkshire 160 for 1 at Glamorgan, 165 for 1 make that, with Finley Bean 59 not out, Adam Lyth made 49, and Shan Masood is 48 not out. Yorkshire won the toss there and decided to bat, and Leicestershire, chasing points at Hove, have got Sussex 215 for 7. Finn Hudson-Prentice, though, is still there, 47 not out. Wickets shared 2 each for Salisbury, Curry, who's on loan, of course, from Hampshire, and Scriven. In the other match in the second division, those are the 2 other games. The other match in the second division, of course, is here at the Sea Unique Stadium. You know about England, 79 for 5 off 17. In the first division, Kent 236 for 1 against Notts. Middlesex 124 for 7 up at Old Trafford against Lancashire, and Northants 103 for 2 against Warwickshire. Dan's got 15 minutes to climb into Cali Barlow's Victoria Sponge, and we'll be back with you just before 3:40 for the resumption. Put the kettle on yourself and have a slice of Victoria Sponge in between. We'll see you then.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the final session here at the Seat Unique Stadium between Gloucestershire and Derbyshire. Gloucestershire resume 161 for 3. My name's Dan Whiting. I'm joined by Ian Randall. Afternoon, Ian.
Hello again, Dan. News. I know you gave the score from Worcester earlier of the England under-19s. There was a stand of 105 for the 9th wicket between Dom Kelly and Farhan Ahmed. Ahmed is just out for 31. Kelly is still there on 67. England 351 for 9, second innings. There is a day and the remainder of today to go, and England's lead is 177. So that's not a done deal, that game, I would say. Fourth day chases. never quite know.
Just received a message from Jack Taylor, because we were talking about, me being a Jack Taylor fan. He said, I'm a fan of you too, mate.
We have some aerial traffic. Thank you, Jack. Good to know that you're watching. So Pat Brown is coming back to bowl the first over after tea.
Yep, here he comes around the wicket to Miles Hammond and gives him a bumper. Miles Hammond has a number on his back. Has he got a jumper on? Or just a shirt? Just changed his shirt?
Found a different shirt. And just to put us right about Danny Lamb and Matt Lamb. Danny Lamb, of course, was here on loan earlier in the season. I think he's going to Sussex, is he not? Next season.
Yes, he is, yeah.
Along with Chris Wright. And Jerry Wolstenholme says, of course, that he is brother of Emma Lamb.
Yes, he is. Just
of
played
England,
into the
but
offside
no
there.
relation, no relation to Matt Lamb, who plays in this game.
Or Alan, or the Right Honourable Tim Lamb.
Or broadcaster Stephen Lamb.
Yeah, or roast shoulder of.
No. That's a good effort by the England youngsters up at New Road.
Hammond about to face Brown, who bustles in, and that goes through to the gloves.
And just to update you too on matters at the Aegeus Bowl, 34 overs aside after a delayed start. England 108 for 6 after 22. In fact, 116 for 6 now. Livingston 38 not out. Sam Curran 1 not out. I mean, good that you've got a lower order like that, because without Butler 30 and Moeen Ali 33 and Livingston, England would be in a terrible state.
They would be. Brown just goes back in to Hammond, who defends.
Just debating / discussing with James Healy at tea, who obviously looks after all our cameras and has done all summer, and a big shout out to him for his efforts. Without him, you would not be able to be wherever you are following the cricket here in Bristol. The Gloucestershire could get to 300 by the close, and we both felt they could.
Is Brown a man of Market Deeping, where I once had a very nice fish and chips, actually. It has to be said.
Why were you eating fish and chips in Market Deeping?
I was midweek, about 10:30 at night. I'd been to Boston United
to watch Barnet.
And it's, I think you cut through places like Market Deeping and Deeping St James and places like that, and it's quite a nice part of the world up there. Actually, it's very flat. It's on the fens, but quite a nice part of the world. And yeah, and you cut down to Peterborough, you pick up the A1 there. Price just works that one backwards of square, and Dahl doing the fielding.
Now, we're at the pavilion at the moment. They don't always do our commentary from the pavilion here at the Seat Unique Stadium, but looking towards the apartments, there is a particular window where the sun is shining very brightly.
Yeah.
It's almost in the batsman's eye line. The only thing it isn't is particularly low. It's not on what you might call the penthouse floor right at the top. It's on the next floor down, but it's right in line, and I wonder if, unless the sun goes in, that window might need to be closed at some stage. Anyway, we'll see. It's Mark Watt at the moment to continue, having bowled a couple of overs before tea, to the left-handed Hammond. Tries to steer it out past Anuj Dal, and can't do it. Can't pierce the field. Hammond got a bit of a sighter before tea, but needs to pick things up again. He's using his feet here and hitting over the top. The mid-off is up, and that will go all the way for 6. And that is often Hammond's attitude against the spinner, to attack, attack, attack.
Mark Watt is related to Sir William Wallace. Did you know this, Ian?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, according to the Cricketers' Who's Who.
Hammond to 20. What device from him? It's a straighter, flatter delivery.
Mel Gibson's Scottish accent in Braveheart leaves something to be desired. It's got to be said. It's a great film. I love Braveheart, but Mel Gibson's accent in it is it's a shocker, isn't it? It really is.
He's on the mid-off, still up. So saying to Hammond, go on then. Over the top if you wish. And this time he defends.
Ian, can you tell me which football team Mark Watt supports?
Oof. I really haven't got a clue. Is it somebody obscure?
Not obscure, but
not obscure. Okay.
Not a Scottish side.
Yeah, I get that. So it's not obscure. Okay. Much flatter from Watt and squeezed out by Hammond into the onside. I have no idea, so I'm going to go for somebody in the non-obscure category. Kilmarnock.
No, he supports the Hearts, Glorious Hearts. The boys from the Tynecastle Road.
Right. I've been to a game there.
Have you been to?
I forget. Is that right? No. I've not within Mark Watt's earshot. I've been to a game at Hibernian.
Oh, I've been outside Easter Road.
Yeah.
That's in Leith, isn't it? Towards the north of Edinburgh.
Yeah. Just one game there.
Yeah, I quite like that area around there. You've got the Royal Yacht Britannia. That's up there.
See, that's going to bring us back to our holiday in the Borders where we had Singing in His for breakfast.
Yeah, I went on holiday to the Borders a few years ago as well. I went near Duns, which is where Pat Nevin lives.
It's also, I think, somebody will shoot me down for this, is it not where rally driver Colin McRae comes from?
I think it might be. Yeah, I think it might be.
I think that's right. So I got that deep in the back of my brain somewhere. Somebody will pick me up if that's not the case. 169 for 3. The last wicket fell when James Bracey was out at 128. So these two have added 41. And if Gloucestershire could, let's say, get to 320 for 6 by tonight, I think that they'd say that's a decent first day's effort.
Yep, he's Brown. Oh, that's gone up in the air. That's going to be our guest doing the honours there. And Miles Hammond got himself into a little bit of a tangle. I think he's... Where's this hit? Like the splice. And it's just gone straight up in the air.
Hammond goes for 21.
Yeah, he has to depart.
It's a bit of a sort of a... It's the antithesis to mastermind, this, isn't it? I've started, so I'll finish. When in Gloucestershire cases, I've started, but I haven't gone on.
Yeah, and that's the first Derbyshire wicket there for Pat Brown.
First wicket of the day from the Ashley Down Road end as well.
Yes, certainly is.
And we should just say thanks to Carly Barlow for the victorious putt.
Oh, wasn't it lovely?
Which was...
wasn't it lovely?
Which was, as we suggested, demolished during the tea interval And we did share it with
Yeah, we've been
the scorer's
generous.
box, and our BBC colleagues were all very grateful to share.
Yeah, I don't think we should have shared it though, Ian. I think we should have had the attitude of sod then. Yeah, just like keep it in house.
Right, Graham van Buren out then at number 6.
Good to see Graham van Buren back. Lovely man, isn't he? What a lovely man Graham van Buren is.
So,
smiley, happy.
But again, we come back to people who've played, and some of this is down to fewer games, but Van Buren last year, 502 championship runs is not that many, but this year 257 only. Now the average is at 36, which is not bad. It's helped by that century he got at Cheltenham, but it's only his 7th game today, so I suppose the aggregate has to be borne in mind against that.
Oh, what a shot there, first ball. GVB, welcome back.
We've seen
So we're pitched by Brown, but
very good straight drives today.
yeah, he just lent on that.
Again, pretty going for the Yorker there, or trying for it. And Van Buren going straight down the ground. I don't think economy is going to be a big thing for Pat Brown somehow. It's going to be the volume of wickets he takes.
Yeah, he's a strike bowler, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's not your man who's just going to keep it tidy. He's a strike bowler.
So here's the thing. Derbyshire obviously have let George Scrimshaw go at the end of the season. And Scrimshaw in Derbyshire's T20 campaign this season has taken 20 wickets at 23. Pretty good effort. Economy rate though is nearly 9 and over. And I think,
Price just working that one around the corner.
with Brown, it's not going to be 9 and over in the championship, but I'm with you on the strike bowler element. It's not going to be the economy rate, it's the number of wickets he gets and what those wickets cost.
Yeah.
And if the cost of wickets is low enough, then it will be worth it for the short bursts and the flurry of runs it may bring as well.
Brown bustles it in. Oh, Van Buren, you can't do that. That is just gorgeous. 2 in a row. Looks in fine fettle, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's come in and found 2 deliveries very much to his liking to get him up and running.
Seems to be a little bit of Sunday lunch going on in the penthouse suite in the flats to the left. Van Buren nudges that into the offside. That completes the 45th over. 179 for 4. Price 42. Van Buren 9.
We're in the 3rd floor, or on the 3rd floor of the pavilion, and we think our view is quite lofty, but it's nothing to those right on the top.
Yeah.
Of the apartments at the far end.
Yeah, they've got a nice little bit of lunch going on in that one there at the top.
And the other thing I've noticed is that one of the apartments, and this is probably an indication of where the sun's coming from, has got what looks like a sight screen up. I suspect to try and keep that apartment cool on the top floor. What? Into Ollie Price, who pushes it away through the offside. There's a chase for Harry Kane out towards the boundary. He'll slide and stop it and bring it in, and Ollie come back for a couple. So Ollie Price, remember, this season 200s and 250s in the championship, 200s and 350s in the one-day cup. What can he add another one to one of those columns here?
That is a sight screen up there, isn't it? It's like
Well, in effect it is.
yeah.
What? She's off about 3 paces in, and Price goes back, knowing he's got enough time to just to work that quietly into the leg side. Matt Lamb is under the lid at short leg. Madsen still at slip. Backward point, cover and mid off on the offside. There's the reverse sweep, gets past Pat Brown, that'll be 4 more. Takes Price to 48. I wonder whether you try. I mean, you could go ultra defensive against Price and just try and effectively just dry his runs up. But when he's playing shots all round the wicket, it's not that straightforward. There's been a chat between...
There's the sight screen.
Lewis Rees. Yeah, there is the sight screen. I suppose that's what you call it.
I like the little sort of awning with the one 2 floors down below it. It's like a sort of a shop, isn't it? Like a little cafe, perhaps.
So, extra man going out into the offside. What will Price do? Will he play the reverse again? No. Only out to Kame. Short cover. So we've got a backward point, a short third man, a short straight cover and a mid-off on the offside for Ollie Price, who comes to go forward and then thought about changing his mind there and ended up having to just force that with a defensive shot out on the offside. And there are the those on the balcony on the top floor of the apartment. So they are in effect 5 floors up plus the gap up the steps up to the first floor. They're a long way up there. They'd have a great view of the cricket. So still 37 overs to go on the day. I reckon we're going to be here till probably 6:15 or thereabouts, light permitting. But at the moment it's probably as good in terms of natural light as it's been for most of the day.
Brown to Van Buren. Just nurdles that into the onside and they scamper through for singles. Graham Van Buren's quite quick, isn't he?
He's a scuttling runner.
He's a scuttler, scurrier.
And just to say too that Dan was telling this, regaling the story about my car and house keys. And Mike Cook's been in touch from across the pond and said, I'll tell you what he said in a minute.
Price nurdles that through the offside. He hasn't timed it, but it's good enough for him to get to his 50. Well batted, Ollie Price, yet again, reaching a milestone in this magical season for him.
8 fours.
8 fours, 71 balls. Well batted.
Yeah, good effort from him. Now, is there enough time today, I wonder, for him to go on?
I bet his grandmother's watching, and I met her the other week. What a lovely lady she is. That's just defended. Lovely lady, Ollie Anton Price's grandmother. And she's a character. Listens to the stream all the time.
Mike Cook's email actually addresses it to Dan. He said, I'm surprised that with Ian's understanding of the English language without use of swearing, it's not a surprise to you.
Price just whips that one into leg side.
And talk of the use of language, I must also tell this story, which was one that Dan and I had on a phone call when I was walking back from the garage. car keys, etc., etc., house keys, etc., etc. And it was a kind of a response to it. Sometimes people have phrases that they use a lot, and it tends to become associated with them.
Just a little bit of a waist shape there from Brown.
And Dan, as you know, often refers to Ollie and Tom Price as being, really nice, polite lads.
Mm.
And I was sent a text message. I was at a football match last week, and I was sent a text message, with a bit of information about a player in the game I was watching. And the bottom line of the text message was, "A lovely lad." And I replied to the person and said, "If only you knew how much that is associated with a very good friend of mine."
It's just worked down to third, to the vacant area where it's going to go for 4 runs off the face there. Deliberately played by Graham Van Buren.
Well, so that is Ollie, a lovely lad, Price.
Well, that was Graham, a really nice bloke, Van Buren. But Ollie, a lovely lad, Price is on 51 not out at the non-strikers end. That completes the over. I hope Tom, who's also a lovely lad, Price, who's probably watching in on the stream, hope he's good, and I hope you're recovering from your injury, Tom.
Yeah, I would think that the likelihood of us seeing Tom at Hove, probably not even 50-50, I wouldn't have thought at this stage. What's the point of risking any kind of injury at this point of the season? Here is Watt from the pavilion end. A little bit of turn there, but it's got to accept this is only effectively the afternoon of the first day. I mean, we are the afternoon, obviously, but it's only the 48th over of the match, so wanting it around the wicket, and the reverse sweep by Ollie Price, but now Matt Lamb is in there for that shot with the extra fielder on the offside to the right-hander. Wheels in again. Let's look up his figures for the match at Chesterfield earlier this season. I think far and all worked away by Price, just quietly, no great power, just placed it into the gap, looking for a single which was comfortably taken. Yorkshire won by 3 wickets up at Chesterfield back in June, chasing 215 to win. Van Buren defends. What took 5 for 83 in the first innings and 4 for 74 in the second, so chops that, doesn't get...
Followed him, that's good arm ball there.
Yeah, so effectively he's taken 9 of his 13 wickets this season in 1 game.
Chesterfield's a lovely place, isn't it? It's a gorgeous venue. Queen's Park. Sachin Tendulkar said it was one of his favourite grounds in the world. You've got like a bandstand there, isn't it? And sort of you've got the crooked spire peeking through between the trees, the famous crooked spire of Chesterfield.
So, in a way, are we saying those not exactly unique conditions, but those particular conditions delivered those results, and on a much, you would think, a different kind of pitch here? How effective will Watt be? We'll see. Again, Scrimshaw back on the field as a 12th man. Not sure who's gone off. We'll see. Track back in a minute.
Whoa, where's that gone? That's gone out to deep square. Price rolling his wrists. Thought he'd absolutely nailed that one. I thought he'd put the man from Market deep into the car park there. But just went along the ground.
Liam Livingstone 60 or 58 for England. They're 156 for 6 in the 28th, so 6 overs to go after this one.
How big will Liam Livingstone, how big is his part in this World Cup? Because they're wanting to do a job with the bat and the ball, aren't they? There's Graham Van Buren plays that one into mid-on as he picks up a single.
Where's he? He's batted at 7 today.
Do you think we can win the World Cup in, or do you think it's India's? James Healy's gone Pakistan. Unpredictable. You never know what you're going to get.
No, that's very true.
You never know what you're going to get with Pakistan. Oh, that's well bowled by Brown. That's a full shot there by Ollie Price. He hasn't played many full shots this season. He was in a little bit of trouble there. But he's quick and he comes home for 2.
It's rare for him to get the angle of the bat wrong.
He slipped there as well at the as he turned.
Amazing, this is the last Sunday of the season here in Bristol.
Yeah. Doesn't seem that long ago since
No,
we were sitting around drinking cups of coffee with that 4-day game washed out against Yorkshire, doing nothing, thinking, right, what should we do? Let's try and get some content down with the players for later on in the season.
Very, very wet start.
Yeah. Yeah, and
England are all out in the under-19s game. Their victory target for Australia is 184, and they have the rest of today and tomorrow to get those runs.
Brown comes in, Price leaves alone. Ian, am I allowed to get on my soapbox about Australians?
Okay.
Am I allowed? So I am. I'm going to go off on one here, right? We're supposed to be the whinging Poms. I have heard nothing but absolute rubbish coming out of Australia about the Ashes series and about, you know, all sorts, and they're giving it the large one over there now that they're sort of safely back. Oh, that's a nice shot, Ollie Price. He's going to get 4. No. Wonderful work out there in the deep.
Sam Connors with the chase and throw.
Yeah, great work. That had 4 runs written all over it. That's a 200 up as well.
And that's a break for Pat Brown. I think he's got a a pat on the back from Leos Deploy.
Yeah.
So Brown's bowled in all today 10 overs for 62, and 1 wicket.
A little bit expensive. 6 and over. So Australia, I mean, considering in that Test series they were 2-0 up. They didn't fancy it, did they? They didn't fancy it. They, you know, got the bird from the crowd at Headingley, and I thought they got progressively worse over the series, Australia. And I think that they have come away very lucky to get a draw. They're only the rain saved them, really, at Old Trafford, and they seem to be giving it the large one now that they're back home.
Be having a double change here because Watt has gone off and Anush Dal is back. Ollie Price steers that into the offside. So I wouldn't think Watt would be changing ends necessarily. I wonder whether they might give Reese another go at the Ashley Down Road end.
Yeah, or I might see Connors from the Pavilion end, perhaps. Oh no, they won't. No, they won't. Maybe Connors from the Ashley Down Road end, sorry.
Dahl still with 2 slips in this short catching cover. Price gets inside the line and works that into the leg side. They'll take 1. And Connors runs a little bit alongside the ball to get it onto his right hand and throw in. So they say this is the 3rd to last round of the season. Gloucestershire don't play next week. There are 2 rounds after this. And then for Gloucestershire it's a season ender down at Hove. Dahl to Van Buren, pitched up but not driven past the bowler. Stops it and they're not quite sure where the ball was. You mentioned about new players going to Derbyshire next year. David Lloyd will be a handy addition. He'll probably bat in the middle order where Deploy did, or is doing at the moment, prior to his move to Middlesex. Darling and Van Buren has to go back. Mohamed Amir obviously will strengthen the attack. Brown, well, we're seeing a little bit of him at the end of this season in Derbyshire colours.
Now, Jack Taylor, right, is listening in, no doubt, on the commentary. I'm just looking at the cricketers' who's who here. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Dahl in again, Van Buren defends, out to Matt Lamb.
He likes getting into bed at 7 o'clock in the evening. I think that's rubbish. I think Jack's sold us a lemon there. I don't think his daughter, who's what, 2 or 3 years old, I don't think she gets into bed before 7 o'clock in the evening.
Full ball again from Dahl. It's clipped away. Up past wide, but on it will go all the way for 4. And deploys chases in vain. And Derbyshire (27 boundaries they've conceded today. That's quite a lot in 51 overs. And that's why Gloucestershire are scoring at more than 4 and over, basically. There always seems to have been a boundary ball around the corner somewhere. And
yeah, Derbyshire have...
And what is, in fact, going to change ends? That's interesting.
Yeah, Derbyshire...
With the short, straight boundary at the Ashley Down Road end to try and defend, if that's the right word to use.
Derbyshire have bowled that one bad ball and over, haven't they? And given Gloucestershire a little bit too much width.
So Watt has still got mid on and mid off up. Deep cover, deep backward square.
Watt coming around the wicket.
It's not as if Rees has bowled lots of deliveries from this end over the wicket. There's a foot mark there. There isn't really.
Oh, Ollie Price had to wait for that reverse sweep. It wasn't quite there, but he adjusted and just got it fine of Anuj Dahl. It wasn't quite there to reverse sweep. It was obviously the preemptive one that time.
It wasn't that paddle shot. It was a hit, but not a real beefy hit.
Plays it so well, doesn't he? He goes into the 60s. And just works one into the onside, and he's going to get one more. 64 to Price now. 211 for 4. Van Buren's on 19. We're in the 51st over. There's 33 and a bit remaining in the day. Here at the Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol, where the fading light and the dying embers of the season is played out between these two. Here in beautiful Bristol, beautiful Bris Vegas.
At least at the moment. You wouldn't have said that at 11:45 today.
No. Defended. No run.
Whoever you may be watching us from, if you're local to Bristol and you're with us on the stream, then you'll know what it was like earlier today.
And Beeren gets through for a quickie. That completes 51 overs, 212 for 4.
Yeah, Derbyshire have mixed things up with their bowlers. They've used 6 bowlers in all. They were not genuinely 6 in the team. It's been a mixed bag. I suggest that Dahl has probably been the best of them. He's got the 1 wicket of brace. He's not been hit about very much.
Didn't Zach Chappell break your finger, Jimmer, last year? At Cheltenham, yeah. A dislocated little finger. And Jimmer didn't want to come across as a bit of a wimp, so staying out there with a dislocated finger. Zach Chappell was screaming them about 120 feet into the air.
Dahl continuing his run. So how did that happen again?
Zach Chappell was hitting the miles up into the air for Jimmer to catch. And it's hit the end of his finger and dislocated it. But Jimmer, being the trooper that he is, stayed out there. Zach Chappell was whacking him even higher. You could see this, oh no, on Jimmer's face.
Dahl in again to Van Beeren. A little bit of shape for
Yeah,
him.
a little bit of wobble there.
52nd over with this ball. Guest has only been beaten by that 1 delivery from Pat Brown that went for 4 byes today. They're the only byes in this total. Van Beeren again working that leg side to Connors at short mid wicket. There's a big gap on the leg side. I think Les Deploy far happier that Dahl is going to bowl one side of the wicket here. He's got 4 men saving a single on the offside and 2 slips, so he's got a wide long leg, a short straight mid wicket and a mid on the leg side, and Van Beeren can work that into the gap to the right of Connors, but he'll only pick up 1. What's been noticeable today is very, very few LBW appeals.
Yeah.
The umpires have had a very quiet day on that front.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a sort of, well, maybe we've been spoiled, but it feels like a slow day. But Gloucestershire are going along at 4 and over.
Well, there was, again, I'm not on social media as much as Dan is, I think, sometimes, judging by the interaction with his thousands of followers. But there was a tweet from somebody about the England-New Zealand game on, was it Thursday at Cardiff? Thursday, I think. Here is Dahl again to Price. Tried to turn that into the leg side.
Yeah, a little bit of a leading edge.
In the end, he just played a defensive little prod out to Lamb, saying that the game seems slow compared to the 100 and the T20. Well, I'm sorry, that's not the comparison you should be making.
No.
Because
it's a different game.
It's a completely different ball game. And the other implication of that, as again Price defends, was that that's a bad thing, and the only good thing is that the other 2 games are fast. Well, that's surely not the point. Because
Yeah.
my first thought when I saw that was, well, you wouldn't get a game like we had at Cheltenham between Gloucestershire and Northants in a T20,
No.
where a side were literally so far behind in the game after 10 overs, and yet with 5 overs to go,
They could have won it.
They still could have won.
It's like saying there's not enough tactical kicking in sevens rugby.
Yes.
What?
What question mark?
No,
You'd
what
say.
is the bowler?
Yes, I know.
Here. It's not a rhetorical question. Oh, that's just off the pad there. We'd got a little inside edge there.
So all Gloucestershire's batters have got to at least 21.
Van Buren going to get his favourite shot out of the locker. The cut. Van Buren defending. Defends what? I sound frightfully posh here, don't I? Van Buren defends what? Just played out to mid-off there. Do I sound posh? Apart from my dulcet North London tones, Ian. Do I sound posh? What?
It's not what, it's pardon, isn't it?
Whoa, yeah. Here's Pardon from the Ashley Down Road end. Driven firmly by Van Buren, goes out to mid-on. What is tying him up a little? That's well bowled. That's a maiden. 213 for 4.
Haven't had many maiden overs today. In fact, only 5 before that one. So only 1 in 10. Comes back to Dan's argument of fact there's always seems to have been a 4 ball around the corner somewhere for the Gloucestershire batters. A brief drinks break for the batsman, and one of those hot towel sir moments you get on aeroplanes sometimes. If you travel first class, you get them anyway.
That's one of those things that's dying out about Indian takeaways. You don't get the hot towels
Hot
anymore.
towel, sir.
It's gone. It's gone. It's been removed. You used to get hot towels, after eights, maybe a slice of orange, or even I've been to places where you've got jelly beans that come with the bill.
Dahl getting into the tall figure of Price. He's been out there for more than 2 hours. He's 64.
Now, Ian, I know you're not a fan of an Indian restaurant. You're not a man who frequents them. But I want to know from the public, what would you like served with your bill in an Indian restaurant? Would it be an after eight? Would it be a slice of orange? Would it be a jelly bean? Would it be hot towels? 10% off the bill, as James Healy says.
Dahl here, I think he's trying to dry up Ollie Price's scoring shots.
Free drink on the house. What do you want with your bill? Drop us a line to commentators at ccc.co.uk. It's the end of the season, guys. Bear with me. Yeah, bear with me.
44 currently, these two, for the 5th wicket. And Price again defends. So
You a fan of the after eights, Ian?
I'm not a great fan of mints, must be honest.
Yeah, what about Kendall mint cake?
Oh no, never had that.
Oh,
I mean, I know what it's for. It's for the energy for
yeah.
fell runners and
Hikers and mountaineers and
such like.
yeah.
Cake, yes. Mint, probably not.
No.
Dahl again to Price. Just dabbed into the offside, fielded by Pat Brown. Now, Price probably thinks that he could play Anders Dahl for a long time here without getting out. And Dahl probably thinks that he's got to just force just that lapse of concentration or that hint of an error. But at the moment, neither of them are moving. Dahl is keeping the ball well pitched up outside the off stump. It's not drivable, it's not back of a length, so you can force it away. And Price is saying, okay, it's a fair enough delivery, I'm going to defend and wait for the next one.
I was watching a wildlife programme, David Attenborough, and it had these sort of wildebeest and antelopes or whatever having to cross this river in Africa.
So that's just enough on the hip for Price to play it comfortably away to Harry Kane at short mid wicket. But just at the moment, if Price is getting, I won't say stranded, but kind of tucked up at Anush Dahl's end, then he's going to try and see this out until there's a delivery where he can rotate the strike.
Bear with me on this one.
Okay.
All right, so this wildlife programme and these antelopes and wildebeest and so I don't know, they were sort of like cows with sort of big horns and whatever, trying to cross this river in Africa, and there were Van Buren plays that firmly up to mid-off, no run. They're trying to get across. There were crocodiles in the water. There were lions waiting on the other side for them, and there were vultures circling in the air. And it's like batting. You know where one mistake, and then suddenly it's all over. So that's played back.
So
to what?
The problem with my batting was the first mistake was obviously on the first ball.
Yeah, you see, Ian, your batting was more like, you know, those little turtles that are that's played out to mid-on. Those turtles that are born and they have to try and make it out to the sea before the crabs and the seagulls come to get them. That's cut square from Van Buren. Well fielded there by Connors. Just sort of runs away across those wickets. I mean, the outfield at Bristol here is quick, but goes across the square even quicker. No run.
Waters, if he didn't know, I'm surprised he didn't know that Van Buren cuts very well.
Oh, Liam Livingstone's going big here. 203 for 6, England. Liam Livingstone 88. Sam Curran 36 off 30. Van Buren plays that into the onside.
That was the 24-yard ball from Watt. He bowled that from well behind the crease.
He did that at Cheltenham, didn't he?
Yeah.
And you can see him doing it at Cheltenham because we're side on. But I forgot he had that one in his little armoury.
Jeff Leonard's been in touch on the email reminding us that in terms of favourite phrases about players, an intelligent cricketer Tom Smith was one of Bob Hunt's watchwords about
we've had a message from
Tom
Elliot in the office, who thinks with an Indian restaurant you should bring back the poppadoms with the bill. I'm with you, Elliot, mate. I'm with you. I think
Dahl in again, and this is becoming a two-player game between Dahl and Ollie Price.
Yeah, I think relentless poppadoms are never a bad thing in an Indian restaurant. But it needs the full accompaniment. It needs the mint sauce. It needs the chutney. It needs a little bit of the salad, and it needs the boot polish, aka the lime pickle.
Guest standing up now as Price again defends. There was a chat between Van Buren and Ollie Price before that last delivery. I'm sure it'll be along the lines of, don't lose your patience here.
Yeah, Derbyshire bowling dry, as they say.
Dahl's accuracy here is commendable. I think of all of the bowlers today, even accounting the fact that Rees has taken 2 wickets, he's probably bowled as consistently as anyone. About 9 paces, well, that's almost a full toss, but it just dips at the last moment, and therefore Price doesn't try and force it past, but only 2. Harry came at mid-wicket. Deploy just dropping a yard or 2 at mid-on. No more than 30 yards from the bat anyway. Dahl once again in, and the guest isn't quite sure whether to keep standing up or stand back to Price. It's literally maybe only 2 or 3 balls, then he'll change his mind and go back to a more orthodox position for the medium pacer. And here we go again, same scenario. Puts the cap back on, back in the back of his pocket, and helmet on, and again Price defends. So yeah, the runs are being dried up. 215 for 4. We've had 56 overs. There are 27. What's an hour and a half cricket to go? So I think he won't be far off 6 o'clock. With the spinners up, with Watt on at one end, Dahl doesn't exactly hang about in his overs at the other. Derbyshire might be close to making this ground up. They're -1 at the moment on over rates, so not seriously in arrears at all. Update you on the scores in the other county games in a minute, and also just to say thank you for your correspondence on the emails today. We appreciate it as ever.
We love it. What? Played firmly to mid-on by the Praetorian maestro, Graham Van Buren.
So England 206 for 6 in the penultimate over at the Ageas Bowl. It's a 34 overs a side game there.
209 for 6. I've got it here.
A faster computer than me. In the Championship, Division 1, Kent 301 for 3 against Notts, batting first.
Is that Crawley?
158. You mate?
Mark Watt, Heart of Midlothian fan. Plays it in there. Do you know you're supposed to spit on the Heart of Midlothian? Oh, come on. You read the scores out and then we'll.
Okay. Middlesex
we'll
124 for 7. Batting at Old Trafford against Lancashire, and Northants 130 for 2 at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. I'll give you the other scores in Division 2 in a moment.
It's well fielded there by Harry Kame, but they get through for a single.
Leicestershire have bowled Sussex out, so they have got their 3 bowling points for 262 at Hove, and Matt Salisbury has finished with 5 for 73. Finn Hudson-Prentice made 65 in that Sussex total.
So if they go and get 400 and win the game, they're neck and neck with Worcestershire.
Well, I think there'll be 5 points.
No, they're 24 behind.
Oh, no, so they
yeah. Down the leg side there.
And Yorkshire 238 for 2 against Glamorgan at Cardiff. Finlay Bean 93 and Shan Masood 78 not out.
Oh, Price just getting himself into a little bit of a tangle there. What? Clever bowling.
Thought he'd got through, didn't he?
So, you know you're supposed to spit on the Heart of Midlothian?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the Heart of Midlothian is on the Royal Mile in Edinburgh. And you are supposed to spit on it as you walk past. I don't know where this comes from. I'm going to have to.
One of the score to tell you, Western Storm are playing today in the Razor Hair Flint Trophy. They're chasing 282 to beat the Northern Diamonds. And it is a 43 overs a side game. And they are 94 for 2 after 19. So 188 to win in 24 overs. That feels like quite a lot, actually. So Dahl, having had another short burst, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 32 his overall figures. We're going to see Lewis Rees back. So he's only bowled 8 overs today. He's going to have a go here at Van Buren. And floated up. And Van Buren defends. I suspect here it may be more difficult for Lewis Rees with the older ball to try and move it in the air than with the one he had earlier in the day. Well, it's the same one obviously, but it was much harder then. Van Buren again defends. Gloucestershire were 161 for 3 from 42 overs at tea. So they've scored 55. Yeah, they've scored 55 in 15 overs, which is not actually considering.
No, it's not bad. It just feels like a slow passage of play.
It does feel as if Derbyshire have tried the runs off of it, but it just shows how effectively they got away quickly after tea. Again, Van Buren defends, but at that stage, obviously, Hammond was in, and we've had the readjustment since Hammond's dismissal.
The reason why locals spit on the Heart of Midlothian is it was a prison back in Edinburgh. It marked the site of a prison. It's actually in the ground. It's actually in the street. And it's not just Hibs fans who spit on it up there in Edinburgh. Oh, that is a wonderful bit of fielding there in New Zealand-England game. Daryl Mitchell.
It said something about their win in Cardiff that Glenn Phillips and Tom Latham didn't bat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chasing 292
yeah.
and they didn't get in.
Mitchell was immense, wasn't he? He was absolutely unreal, I thought. Was it 7 6s, 7 4s?
It's 7 6s as I recall. Rees to Van Buren on 24. Cuts. And that's a good stop. And the throw at the non-striker's end doesn't hit from
Good bit of
Pat
fielding.
Brown.
Good bit of fielding there by Brown.
Though. Cameraman Robbie Stevenson out with his long lens away on the Cannington Avenue side of the ground.
Good photographer, isn't he?
Some of those pictures you may see on various platforms after the play today. Pitched up again by Rees, going round the wicket to Ollie Price, but he can't get it past subfielder Scrimshaw. And one of the Derbyshire backroom staff coming out with what looks like a drink and a tablet for Mark Watt.
Scrimshaw has a marvellous moustache, doesn't he? I think we spoke about Ben Green looking like one of the airmen out of Hello Hello. But I think Scrimshaw could be the other one. You know, if Ben Green is Fairfax, I think Grimshaw could be Carstairs.
So you've got a very good memory for those two characters.
Yeah, Hello Hello, British classic, wasn't it?
It was.
Good mooning in. Watt around the wicket. Van Buren tickles that fine. He's going to get 4 runs. Beats Pat Brown there. See, the hat is a different shaped hat. There it is. Look how fine Van Buren gets this. There's an announcement there.
50 partnership.
50 partnership.
Apart from the 2 wickets falling close together at 80 and 85, it's been a day of steady stands, hasn't it?
Certainly has. Yeah.
43 for the 3rd wicket, 41 for the 4th wicket, 51 so far for the 5th wicket.
Van Buren defending.
I wonder whether one of these sides might get in and get a really big score.
Cut.
And force the game effectively by maybe getting a 450, maybe more than that.
Nelson, do for 4. Oliver Price. Reversed. But only around the corner. Clothed it a little. He doesn't cloth many of those shots. He normally nails them, doesn't he?
He's a very good judge of the reverse sweep ordinarily.
Oh, he's... It's like watching a subcontinental player, isn't it, with a sweep, with Price.
He hasn't driven all that much today. I think he had one straight drive down the ground. He and Van Buren both had one each in quite quick succession after tea, but by and large it's been an accumulatory kind of day.
Yeah.
Is that a word?
Yeah. Well, it is now. we can say whatever we want here, and we've got the microphones. I want to say about Ollie Price, right, is that he plays seam bowling well enough. I think he's one of the finest players of spin in the country. I really do. I think he can go. What he does, he makes them bowl to his lengths. He uses his feet, hits them down the ground. He sweeps, he reverse sweeps, he paddles.
Rees in again to Price, who can't beat the field. Let's deploy. Is now at extra cover. England finished 34 overs, 226 for 7. Livingston 95 not out. Got good support in the lower order from Moeen Ali 33 and Sam Curran 42. So New Zealand 227 to win. Rees in, that's almost Yorker length, but again Price not tempted. And he just drills it to Matt Lamb. Glenn Phillips had bowled 2 overs for 9, interestingly.
Crowd there enjoying the sun in the south of France end.
Rees with just the one slip, and that's just worked into the on the side by Price straight to Scrimshaw, who again is out in the field as a 12th man. I wonder whether again it's Dahl, who having had his spell has gone off. That's been one of the habitual things we've noticed in county cricket this year, the propensity for players to bowl their spell and then go off.
Yep, I think it needs looking at by umpires.
A bit wider from Lewis Rees.
It needs looking at by umpires.
I would say this too. Did you see the article? I other people have seen this about the match rates given to umpires in the Rachel Hayher Flint Trophy. This is for ladies, obviously, but £80.
That's poor.
That really is not enough.
That is extracting the.
I mean,
you know what?
Even if you look at the amount of playing time, you know, you and I generally arrive at the ground at 9 o'clock for a county game.
Yeah.
And the umpires are always here.
Yeah.
So they are probably at those games at 9 o'clock.
Well, club level, we're told to be there, you know, an hour before the start. Do you walk? Make sure all the ground is fit.
Reese around the wicket, and again, Ollie Price, who had 41 at tee, he's got 65 now.
But it's
Very much, he's picked his deliveries to attack since the break.
It's an hour before the start when the ground staff officially hand over to the umpires. It's like it goes from being the ground staff's prerogative or call or whatever, and then the umpires take over an hour before the start.
And I'm not saying that. Obviously, that's only one facet of that story. I might go into it again a bit after this over, because what whistles through his overs pretty quickly.
Where's he put that one? 6 for Van Buren. Targeting Klinger corner.
That was a hoik, wasn't it?
It wasn't pretty.
What looked aghast as he turned round, but it did sit up a bit.
Yeah.
Demanded to be hit. 11 overs for 38 at the start of this over.
What of Van Buren, who plays that out to mid-off. No run.
Van Buren looked pretty pleased when he won the toss this morning, and he could bat today.
Sharp single. They get through.
Van Buren, what? Does he want some tape? Has he got something wrong with his bat, I wonder? That was an interesting signal from the non-striker's end.
Cut away by Price. Can only find Connors out there at deep cover as the ball just goes away for one.
So, if Derbyshire get to 83 overs at the close, would you be taking a new ball for 3 overs at the end of a day? Ball was a bit weary. I suppose you.
Yeah.
I suppose
I would.
You've got nothing to lose, have you?
No.
It's only 3 overs old the following morning.
Yeah. Van Buren plays out mid-on for 1, 2:32 for 4 at the end of the 60th. Van Buren's on 38. Ollie Price on 66.
I think what we've established is it's pretty warm out there for those two, and we've had the hot towels back again. Still got 22 overs to bat tonight, Gloucestershire, so every chance they could get up over 300, especially if these two stay together. Phillips, I think, trotting off with towels and water bottles. So Van Buren just approaching an hour out in the middle. And this pitch looking as if it's flattening out. Reese in, Van Buren just punches that up to George Scrimshaw, the 12th man, at mid-on. Reese in his 11th over. Guest again standing up. And Van Buren works that. Into the onside for a single. Start to play, these two teams separated by only 1 point. Derbyshire 85, Gloucestershire 84. Derbyshire 2 games after this, Gloucestershire 1. Punched down the ground but stopped on the tumble by Scrimshaw, not cleanly. Prevent them getting any more than 1. Obviously Gloucestershire's last championship win was up at Headingley on the last round of games last season. For Derbyshire, you've got to go back to July last year when they won at Worcester to find their last win. Again, quite a floaty length from Lewis Rees, defended by Van Buren. I do go back to a game right at the end of the 2016 summer here between these two, where basically they got to the last day and the captains agreed they would try and set something up. Steered away by Van Buren again for a single. Brown tries to throw down the stumps at the non-striker's end from point. Again he's missed. He had a couple of throws from there. Hasn't hit the target yet. And Van Buren on the scamper gets through. So yeah, we had from memory, about an hour of help yourself for Derbyshire at the start of the day, and the net result was that Gloucestershire had to get 381 in 80 overs, which felt quite a challenging target, but Rees in once more, and another single to Ollie Price. The thing about Bristol wickets, and it's I suppose still the case really, you tend to favour the side batting last in a run chase. That was certainly the case here in 2021 when Gloucestershire won 8 matches in all, several of them here. And but on that day in 2016, Derbyshire had Imran Tahir in the team, and he took 5 wickets on in that chase, and Derbyshire won. And in fact, that was their last win.
So if Imran Tahir took 5 wickets, that would have been 15 circuits of the ground, celebrating each wicket. And trip up to Cribbs Causeway, once round the shopping centre there. Back again down the Gloucester Road.
He certainly was an enthusiastic celebrator of a wicket, Imran Tahir.
I remember a hat-trick he took in the 100 at Edgbaston. And again, I thought he ran around the ground, almost went down to the ball ring and back again.
Sam Connors is back on.
Yeah, I thought he's bowled reasonably well, Connors. Defended by Price. Price got a little bit stuck in the 60s here. Just maybe it's because we've been used to the crash bang wallop stuff recently.
I had a note from the Gloucestershire Exiles about a good friend of theirs, and indeed the county cricket fraternity all told, Stephen Chalk, who's got a new book out which is going to be launched here in Bristol next month.
Oh, Ollie Price on drive there, sweet as a nut.
I'm not sure he quite middled that as he would have wanted. The technique was fine. Not really quite timed it out of the sweet spot, but
I'm not sure this pitch is easy to time it on. I'm honest with you. I think it might be doing a little bit, and I think 240 for 4 might be
worth more.
Happy days. Yeah. Price just letting that one come on to him and working it into the leg side for single.
So Stephen's got a new book all about the writings of David Foote, who covered cricket and other sports in this part of the world for, I'm going to say, 50 years.
Was he a Wisden guy? Was he part of Wisden Cricket Monthly, I think, back in the day?
Possibly. It's a collection of writings.
Connors in. Don't bowl there, Graham Van Buren. 4 runs.
Closing in on the first batting point. So Stephen will be launching this book on the 2nd of October, which is a Wednesday, at 2 o'clock here at the Seat Unique Stadium. And if you would like to attend, there is an email that you can send a request to attend to, and I'll give you that after the next interview because it's on a different email. Stephen.chalk, Chalke, so it's chalk with an E on the end, at hotmail.co.uk.
Connors in.
And David was a very well respected writer in these parts. I can go back, so when I was, probably in single figures in terms of age, he would write often about Bristol City.
Okay.
For a report, presumably went to at least one of the broadsheets on a Sunday.
Van Buren gets that one round the corner there.
But I said, cricket was really his thing. But the writings, I believe, are on cricket and other topics. So just to remind you of that, it's a book launch for Stephen Chalk's collection of writings, or collection of, I think it is writings, I could call it that, of David Foote, here at the Seat Unique Stadium, Wednesday the 2nd of October at 2 o'clock. Should be a publication worthy of consideration, I think.
Thompson's going to have a bowl.
Yeah, well, he's not had much work today, truthfully. So we've had 63 overs. He's bowled only 4, and to be fair, they didn't look the most threatening. Neither of the Derbyshire spinners have had an awful lot of joy today. So Thompson from the pavilion end, round the wicket to the right-handed Van Buren. Slightly surprised he's around the wicket to the right-hander at this stage. Moss has bowled 12 overs for 47, having changed ends. Slip and a short leg for Thompson. Van Buren works it past the right hand of Matt Lamb, and they'll take 1. Dan, you just said you thought there's still a bit in this pitch. I just wondered if it's flattening out a bit. That may just be that the ball is getting old and soft.
Yeah, I think it's maybe it's the ball. I don't know, but I think that
Now for Ollie Price,
I think it's going to do a little bit on days 3, 4. It's going to turn. Expect Gloucestershire's spinners to come into the fray.
Price defends. He's only got 3 men on the offside here, Alex Thompson. There's a big gap at point. He's got a man at deep, well, very wide third man. And he's got off the toe end of the bat trying to play the reverse sweep. So they're kind of enticing him to try and go against the spin here, such as it is. But there's a massive gap if he does play that shot. The Well, he's worked it quietly into the leg side, and he's found the one space where he can get a single right by the umpire. MATCHDAY does the fielding. Gloucestershire were 32 without loss after 7 overs when we had a break for rain. That was at 11 o'clock. We had 30 minutes play this morning. Resumed at 1 o'clock. And Gloucestershire got to 161 for 3 by tea. Dent 41, Charlesworth 30 and Bracey 23, the men out. And another comfortable single work around the corner by Van Buren. Gloucestershire need 1 to get to the first batting point at the end of Thompson's first over of a new spell.
Yeah, this isn't the line I'd be bowling in. It's got to be said. It's not threatening. It's not going to get them out unless they make a horrendous mistake. And, you know, Derbyshire are drawing up the runs, but
the rate is still 3.88. You know, it's still or 3.89 in fact. Still pretty tidy. And they'll be getting over 400 in the allotted time at this rate.
Connors. 1-2. Van Buren. There he is. There's Ian Randall's bonus point.
What do I get that awarded for? Being on time?
Yeah. Get a gold star, Ian.
I have to say, and you do more miles than I do, I have never known Dan Whiting to be late for cricket.
That's pulled by Price. I was a little bit late this morning at 10:30. I mean, wasn't late. Wasn't late, but I was, 9:45 here this morning.
Yeah, but let's be clear. I saw you at 9:10, and you were about to take somebody back from the ground to a location off the ground, and then return. So you were here at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. No, I hate being late. It's one of my big hates. And Buren defends there.
What it probably proves is he drives a very reliable car.
Reliable car, and also I just hate being late. I don't like that feeling of panic. You're never late. I've never known you late.
No, I mean I have had a couple of unfortunate traffic incidents where.
England have got a wicket.
I was late.
Second ball. David Willey has castled Finn Allen.
Remember the target there is 227.
Sorry if we're commentating on 2 games of cricket here.
34 overs for that England-New Zealand series. Second match of 4. Derbyshire are going to complain about the ball. They've done very well to get to this far in the day and complain about the ball. Is it going through the hoop? Jack Shantry and Tom Longley just at least having a look, and the first time we've had water for the batsman, but this is the first time today we've had water for the Derbyshire fielders, which given they have had 2, this is the second quite long session on a warm day, I'm a little surprised.
I have worked at.
We haven't had a water break before this.
I have worked at venues where people from commentary teams have been late.
Oh,
and
I mean, I'm not denying.
I find that unprofessional.
I have been late.
Have you?
Oh yes. But it's generally been traffic related.
Yeah.
And I think the rule of thumb would be you want to be at the ground an hour before the event.
Yeah, at least.
At least. And if you're delayed by more than that, well, at least you've taken a reasonable stance in terms of getting to the venue.
Yeah. But I'd rather just get there, have a cup of coffee, chill.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, we told this story before, I think.
Connors.
You know, I was going to a commentary once. My colleague was going on the train. I was driving, and I was involved in a shunt where a car hit me, and the car I was in was not drivable. Well, what can you do about in that situation?
Yeah.
You know, very, very, very difficult. Bright sunshine now. And Van Buren
Gets that one round the corner.
he only needs one for his 50. Another one of Dan's moments of the summer has been watching Ollie Price walk out and looking up in the scoreboard. He's got 30, and you think, oh, hang on a minute, he hasn't been there very long or done very much. Well, Van Buren's been out there for an hour and a quarter for his 49, so actually he scored very quickly in relative terms.
Price into the offside. Good one-handed pick up there from MATCHDAY. 65 gone. 252 for 40. Price 75. Graham Van Buren 49.
So below Van Buren, Zaffer, Ed Middleton, Josh Shaw, Dom Goodman, Luke Charlesworth. I think for Derbyshire here, it's all about the wickets column. Can they get certainly 2 more wickets? I think if they get 1 more, they split these 2, they might think they've got one end open to possibly get at least 1 more wicket tonight. The key is, can they split this partnership up? Thompson in, that's a half an appeal for an LBW, but he was outside the line.
Yeah, he's got himself outside the line, maybe a little bit high as well. Congrats to Ed Middleton as well, making his debut today.
Yeah,
Great to see. He's a nice lad as well. He's a nice lad. They're all nice lads.
Van Buren in the air, and he's pulled that away for 6 over wide straight mid-wicket, and Van Buren goes to his half century with a second 6 fours, and I think that will go as 68 balls.
It's quite quick.
.89 these two have added. And I suppose we'll only really know whether the problems that these two sides have had taking wickets this season will be shown up in this game, and whether the pitch is effectively an equaliser for both of them once we've seen both sides bat. Thompson in, and Van Buren pushes that out to Kane, no run.
And these guys are like Edward Woodward. Do you remember that programme, Ian?